All right. Let's begin. Memorandum to Goddard Futuristics department heads. Happy Boxing Day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Hope you all enjoyed your holiday. Now, we have a lot of work to get done before the end of the week, so let's just jump to it, shall we? David, all your paperwork looks solid. You were approved to launch on Thursday. Keep me posted. I want progress reports on my desk every 5 hours for the rest of the week and hourly the day of. Saul, the logs from the Hermes cruise are getting a little concerning, but the psych parameters are still in the green, more or less. So let's renew them for, say, 125 days, and we'll keep our fingers crossed. Rachel, I'm still waiting for those radiation readings from the Sigma sector. I know we've been having some trouble with our SAT link, but we are on a very sensitive timetable here. If those aren't on my desk by EOD, I'll have you thrown off the top of the building, and I'll make sure you go past my window so I can enjoy the view. Also, when was the last time anyone heard from... One moment, please. Cutter speaking, and this better be an emergency of exponential proportions, or I'm going to be really cross that you use this line. Oh? Okay. Yes, open a pulse beacon hail and reroute it through my office. And close the line. No one hears us but me.
Should this be taking so long?
This is a heck of a long-distance call, Commander. Give the operator a chance, will you? Good things come to those who... Oh.
Hello, Hephaestus. Guess who? Can you hear me? Am I coming through all right?
Loud and clear, Canaveral. Would you like us to send verification codes?
Oh, never mind that nonsense, Renee. What an unexpected pleasure to hear your voice.
Yes, Mr. Cutter. Sir. It's been too long.
That it has. Heck of a surprise getting a call from you folks. Happy holidays.
Thank you, sir.
How are the celebrations?
Eventful.
Oh, that sounds dramatic. What's wrong?
Wrong?
Alexander wouldn't have told you about the backup pulse beacon relay that we put in your station unless you'd run into something really serious, so let's not be coy here. What's wrong?
We've run into a situation, and it's raised some questions about this mission.
I'm all ears.
At 1600 hours last night, we received a...
Commander, hang on a sec.
Is that Doug? Hey, Doug!
Hi, Mr. Cutter.
Renee? You should have told me that Doug was there. I might have slipped up and said something about those secret orders he's not supposed to know about. Just kidding. Sorry, bad joke. Haven't had my coffee yet. Still half asleep. Don't even listen to me.
Right. Anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt, Commander, but before you go through the stuff, I need to confer with you for a moment about the thing. You know, the important thing that's on fire.
Could you excuse us for a moment, sir?
Oh, by all means. Don't let me keep you from a fire.
Apologies for the interruption, sir.
Totally understandable. How is the fire?
It's been resolved.
Excellent. Now, I believe you were saying something about a situation.
Yes, sir. At 1600 hours last night, our scientific specialist and second-in-command, Dr. Hilbert, experienced what I can only classify as a psychotic break and attempted a mutiny. Both myself and Communications Officer Eiffel were targeted for assassination. We were able to restrain him before he was able to inflict any lasting harm on either one of us, but our station's mother program was heavily damaged and is offline. We are now missing crew members that are vital to the mission, and while our automated systems are keeping the station stable for the time being, without Hira, it won't be long before the station starts to go critical. Simply put, our situation is no longer tenable. As the commanding officer of this mission, I believe that the Hephaestus project has met with catastrophic failure. I am recommending immediate termination of the mission and requesting extraction for all remaining members of the crew.
I see. It sounds like quite the Christmas party. Renee, before we go any further, is there anything else that you need to tell me?
No, sir.
No. Hang on a second. Don't rush this. Really think about this before you answer. Make sure you're not forgetting any tiny details. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Anything at all?
No, sir.
What do you think, Doug? Can you think of anything? Anything that I need to know? Last chance. And there it went. Right. Your report and recommendation are acknowledged, Renee. Your request for mission termination is denied. The Hephaestus project will continue as planned. Station parameters are still in the green, and conditions are within the acceptable range, so we are going to...
Sir, with all due respect, we can't keep doing this. We don't have the personnel, the equipment, or the means...
With all due respect, Renee, you don't get to tell me what we can or can't do. And the next time you interrupt me, I'm going to destroy you so completely that no one will so much as remember the name Renee Minkowski. I'm sorry to hear that you are having difficulties with your crew, but I really don't know why you're bothering me with it. That's your problem. The entire reason you're up there is to keep things running like a well-oiled machine. Now you... what? Want me to throw away millions of dollars and years of work that have gone into this mission just because you couldn't do your job right? To send you home early because you've messed up? Oh, please. No. You get to stay up there and make it all better. I'm sending you some information on how to transfer the station's life support functions to manual. You should be able to keep the station running through the end of the mission. I'm sure that between you and your new second-in-command, congratulations, Doug, I can't think of a better man for the job, you'll be able to figure it out. You will continue to work, you will attend all your responsibilities, and you will get me some results. Do we have an understanding?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure? You mentioned some questions earlier. Would you like to ask them?
They've been answered, sir.
Excellent. Well, in that case, it's been lovely to talk to my favorite station crew, but I should...
Sir? Permission to speak? Or whatever?
Yes, please, Doug. You're among friends. What is it?
I'm sorry if this is a stupid question, but, what should we do with Hilbert?
Oh, Dougie Doug, that's not a stupid question. That's not a stupid question at all. You're going to shoot him.
What?
Crew member attempted a coup, endangering the lives of his superior officer and the completion of the mission. Sounds pretty clear-cut, doesn't it, Renee?
Yes, sir.
But is that legal?
you're light years away from the nearest national border. The only real law that is applicable to you right now is military chain of command. And that says you shove him up against the bulkhead and terminate him with extreme prejudice at your nearest convenience. Any other questions?
Nope, I think that covers pretty much all of it.
Well, in that case, I should stop distracting you busy beavers from all the work you have to do. I imagine there will be some cleanup from that fire. Oh, and one more thing. Make sure that you both keep recording and transmitting your daily logs in a timely manner. I'm going to be paying very close attention to what you have to tell me. All right. Good luck. Keep up the great work.
No, I heard you perfectly the first 10 times you said this data is indecipherable. I know that it flies in the face of every line of theoretical astrophysics, and I really could not care less. Either you're going to get me some answers I can take up the chain, or something really tragic is going to happen. No. I am not threatening to demote you. I'm threatening to burn you with fire. So either you start making sense of this mess, or I'm going to have to call you back. Mr. Cutter, you're in my seat.
You're in my seat.
You're in my seat, sir.
Much better. Close the door.
What can I do for you, sir?
You know, Rachel, I've always felt that the two of us have a certain bond.
Yes, it's very, very special. What can I do for you?
At today's staff meeting, you seemed a little
Stressed?
And I just thought to myself, gee, it's been so long since I've had a real tete-a-tete with Rachel.
Your consideration knows no bounds, sir, but I've had a very long series of very long days, so how about we do the express version? You ask me for something impossible, I tell you it can't be done. You threaten me with something colorful and gruesome, I tell you why it shouldn't be done, blah-de-blah-de-bore, and then I go move mountains and get it done for you anyway. What new mess are you dumping into my lap?
You seem tense.
I am tense. My entire division has been pulling in all weaker to solve an astrophysical puzzle that's tearing up the laws of relativity. They're doing so without any observable data, and this was before you took my most expensive prototype and sent it up to a star that, for all we know, is about to rewrite the manual on supernovas.
If you're saying that your department can't handle recent developments...
I'm not saying that. Special projects is my corner of the sky. Right now, you've parked a big, fat blue dwarf on it. I will get it to rise and fall, but...
It's going to take time. Of course it is. That's not why I'm here. Have you considered a deep tissue massage? Because that...
Sir, pretty please. With a cherry on top so I can get back to work. What can I do for you?
I need you to get something from the Black Archives.
Excuse me? Sir, the Black Archives are what they are for a reason. Things aren't supposed to come back from them.
I know.
They are there specifically for things that shouldn't have a paper trail.
I know.
If we bring something back, well, for starters, it might expose us to all kinds of legal risks. I'm not going to open that can of worms without some extremely compelling motivation.
I know.
What are you doing?
Compelling you. Access incoming pulse beacon file, WVR29. Voice confirmation? Cutter.
Kepler to Canaveral, this is a priority 1 message. Urania has completed transit to Wolf 359. Have taken command of the station. Pre-existing crew in stable condition. Stellar readings match all parameters for Theta scenario. In addition, I can now confirm Omega contingency. Repeat, Omega contingency is in effect. We'll report further in the next 48. Kepler out.
How old is this? When did...
Pulse beacon transmission was received 22 minutes ago.
But... an Omega contingency? Kepler has to be joking.
Yes, of course. If there's one thing we can always count on Warren for, it's his nutty sense of humor. No. This is it. It's finally happened.
What would you like me to retrieve from the Black Archive, sir?
Let's begin with personnel files and incident reports for all previous Hephaestus crews.
Yes, sir.
And while you're down there, make sure that all the outgoing paperwork is in order. Contracts, tax records, death certificates, the works.
Right away, sir.
Atta girl. We need to be ready at a moment's notice. Something big is coming. Soon.
Comms channel opening in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, crew of the Hephaestus. Surprise, surprise. Greetings from planet Earth. Hephaestus? Anyone there?
Roger that, Canaveral. Hephaestus Actual here.
Oh, Renee. Good to finally hear your voice.
Apologies for the delay, Mr. Cutter, sir.
Everything shipshape, I trust?
Just some minor problems over at the communications division. How can we help?
I'm calling because the end of the quarter's coming up and we're running performance reviews for all our deep space outposts. And just this morning I was saying, gee, it's been a while since I talked to those wacky kids over at the Hephaestus. So I'm going to be handling your review personally.
You are? But, sir, there's so many things that someone as busy as you could be.
But it would be a sad existence if I couldn't find time to talk to my favorite crew. We'll start with one-on-one sessions first, and then we'll get together for a group powwow. We'll break bread, we'll dance, we'll kiss, we'll talk about whether your mission is moving forward at an acceptable rate.
And if
And
we're not...
afterwards, we'll talk about mission renewals or immediate termination and a lot of boring contract stuff, yada, yada, yada. I'm rambling, but the point is, I'm here. Let's catch up.
Right. And you'd like to do that today?
Right now. Look, there's no reason to panic. This is just a Cutter speaking, and you're interrupting a very important conversation, so you're either calling about a life or death situation, or you're about to be in one. What? Who authorized that deployment? Why is it happening today?
Okay, panic! Everyone in favor of panic, say quiet!
Hilbert, how bad is this? Express version.
Catastrophic. If Cutter suspects anything is amiss, he'll take drastic measures.
How drastic?
He remotely destroys station, then goes on lunch break.
Great. What do you think he wants?
It could be anything. There's everything that we've gone through with the Decima experiments.
There's me.
Yes, but most dangerous thing is Eiffel's transmissions. My instructions in case of alien contact were to eliminate all variables, remove all of you and await further instructions. If Cutter learns the real source of the transmissions...
Then everyone on this station becomes expendable.
Eiffel, the last time you spoke to Cutter at Christmas, what lies did you feed him?
Okay, so, Hilbert's crazy and in jail, awaiting execution. Here is not booting up, and we have no idea you even exist.
Great, keep it that way. If you and Minkowski stick to the same story, there's not much he can do. Make him think everything's the same as the last time he checked in.
That's great, Cap, but can I speak for the... How the hell do we do that portion of the crowd here?
Eiffel, just try to keep it...
Right. Let's just get this review started. If you'll excuse me. Everybody ready?
Yes, sir. Is everything all right on your end? That sounded like
Nothing you
something
need
that...
to be worried about, Renee. Just a little communication problem of our own. Why don't we start with our one-on-one?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Which means that you'll have to excuse us, Doug.
How did you know I was here, sir?
Well, you know what they say about good magicians and their tricks, right, Doug? Clear the comms room, Renee, and then we'll talk.
Yes, sir.
Alone at last. Alone at last. Tell me, how are you, Renee?
Fine, sir. Ready to begin whenever you are.
We began 10 seconds ago. That was my first question. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine, sir.
Care to elaborate?
Well, as you can imagine, the incident at Christmas has pushed us off our ideal parameters in a number of ways, but we're working very hard.
I'm sure you are full confidence. That's not what this is about.
It isn't?
Of course not. I'm not here to get technical on you. Just think of this as a checkup. How are you doing, Renee?
Good. I'm well.
Your command everything you hoped it would be? You're finding the work fulfilling?
There are occasional problems that crop up, but that's to be expected with any
You're
high
not tackling all those problems on your lonesome, I hope. Delegating? Sharing the load with your new second in command?
Yes, sir. Officer Eiffel is extremely helpful.
That's so great to hear. I can only assume that kind of praise means he's living up to your expectations.
There are always gaps between expectations and reality,
But it's our job as leaders to close that gap, isn't it? Price and Carter.
414. Yes, sir, I know.
So tell me, True, how is Doug doing? How's he adjusting to his new position and responsibilities?
Eiffel.
Not exactly the kind of crew member that they cover in the manuals, is he?
Not exactly, no.
But you're happy with his level of aptitude and productivity?
Satisfied.
An interesting position for a mission commander to have about her only other crewmate, wouldn't you say?
I'm extremely proud of what we've accomplished given our particular constraints, and we are constantly looking
Swell.
for ways.
And you personally? How do you feel about the time you've spent up there?
I'm sorry, sir?
Well, I know you have people waiting for you back home. It can get a little lonely around the 600-day mark. No regrets?
No. Of course I miss my family, but I don't see how this line of questioning has anything to do whatsoever with my mission effectiveness.
I think it has a lot to do with your mission effectiveness. I think that someone in your situation might lose sight of what's important.
Sir, whatever unorthodoxy you might have been observing in our logs, rest assured it is based on my commitment to getting Eiffel and Hira back home in one piece. It has nothing to do with my family or the mission's duration.
I'm glad to hear that, Renee. Because you do have commitments, including a commitment to us.
Of course.
So, if we need to be doing any more to support you, I want to make sure we're on that. Maybe more supplies? Are you low on toothpaste? Or maybe some personnel support?
The toothpaste would be nice.
I thought so. I want to be able to help you in every way I can. But I can only do that if I know what's going on. If there's anything, large or small or life-changingly existential that I'm not aware of, and you still value the commitment you've made to this mission, then you need to tell me.
I believe we've covered it all, sir.
Well, it's good to speak to you, Renee. Makes me feel better knowing you're on the team.
Yes, Mr. Cutter. It's great to speak to you, too.
I'm glad we understand each other. Would you please tell Hira that I'd like to speak to her next?
Sir?
Any unorthodoxy, something to bring Eiffel and Hira back. Blah, 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 blah. Oh. Or did I mishear that?
Sir, if I could just clarify what I meant.
That's all right, Renee. We'll talk again at the end of the review. Goodbye.
Mr. Cutter? Are you there?
Yes, Hira. I'm here. Good evening.
Yes, sir. Good evening. How are things back at headquarters?
Excellent.
Good. And business?
Booming.
And your autopilots, how are the third generation census units performing?
Delayed. Manufacturing errors.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, sir. What about the new VX9 engines? Were they able to fix the recoil problem?
They handle like a dream. This is very cute.
Cute?
This thing you're doing. Asking questions while you get your bearings.
Sir, I'm just curious about
Price
what...
and Carter 588. Shows of courtesy and polite queries are an efficient way to gain time necessary to strategize. So, you showed courtesy. You queried. And now, let's get to business, shall we?
What can I help you with, sir?
Oh, there was something. What was it? Oh, yes! Last time I checked in, your personality core had been damaged and you were offline. How'd you bounce back from that?
My understanding is that the damaged components were manually reconstructed.
Good on Renee and Doug for managing that trick. And then what went wrong?
Wrong?
Your station's structural stability is down to 76%. Life support's barely rising above 64%, and engine efficiency's topping out at 49%.
How do you have those figures, sir?
You'd be shocked at how much I know about the Hephaestus. Those numbers make sense if it's Renee and Doug running the station. But if you're driving, Hira, these are pathetic.
Is the station at risk of going critical?
No. Most of the time.
Then I don't see why any of this is an issue.
It's an issue because these performance ratings would make a more conservative man terrified for the safety of the crew. It's an issue because it's your job to keep every single one of those systems working flawlessly. And oh yes, let's not forget, it is an issue because I am right here telling you it is an issue. So what's the problem?
There have been difficulties, sir. My reconstruction has made some systems less responsive.
And you're not worried that this new condition of yours might lead to bigger problems?
With respect, sir, no. I've been operating like this for months, and the station is still in orbit.
Still in orbit is not good enough. You are there to fly perfectly.
Sir,
if we wanted someone to just keep the station in orbit, the Hephaestus would be run by a real person.
I appreciate your concern, sir, but I can do this. My condition, as you put it, will not interfere with our mission objectives.
And what are those mission objectives?
Sorry, sir?
Why are the three of you spinning around that star?
We're on a scientific survey mission. We're charting
No.
this.
I mean in the bigger sense. I don't know if someone like you can understand this, Hira, but we're changing lives. We're working to find the next big thing that will change everyone's lives, and when you're trying to do that, you have to focus on the big picture.
Right.
Which means that it's my job to make sure everyone is doing a good job, and everything is working properly. And as far as these numbers go, maybe you can do this. Maybe there are steps that we need to take.
Sir, with respect, I've already told you that I am fine multiple times. Things may be different, but I am perfectly capable of
We
doing
can start by deleting some of your memory files.
My what?
I can only imagine how traumatic what Alexander did must have been. Those memories might be affecting your ability to perform your duties. We could get rid of them.
That will not be necessary.
Or some adjustments to your personality settings. A few temperament changes might make it easier for you to interface with the station's systems.
That's not going to help anyone.
Intelligence programming is such an inexact science. There's so much trial and error, and I mean, you've done you've done your best. But it might be time to try something new.
Sir, I am the station's autopilot and mother program. I have these jobs because you picked me. And whatever's come up that has made you unhappy, there's no need for any of this. I can figure it out.
And you know why I picked you, Hira? Because you were so ambitious. Because the people who made you decided you were a mistake. And you were just so eager to prove them wrong. You were so desperate to show everyone how smart you were, and how strong, and to rise above what you are. But we all have our limits. You can't do what you can't do. It's not your fault.
No, don't you dare. I am sorry if I'm not flying perfectly every second of every hour of every day. But you have no idea what it's like out here, how hard it is, how insane it is. So don't You tell me that you can help me by sticking your fingers in my head. I have been there with Dr. Hilbert. Thank you very much. I've dealt with it. And now I deal with being around the person who did that to me, and at the end of every day, we are still in orbit, so don't you dare tell me that I'm not good enough!
Ah. So Alexander is still with you then. That's interesting.
No, sir, that's not what I meant. I meant to say
Hira,
that...
I might have been wrong about you. After all, to err is human.
Sir, if I could just clarify what I said...
We're done here. You can get back to keeping the station in orbit now. And last, but certainly not least, how's it going, Doug?
I'm sick.
Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. Nothing serious, I hope.
Serious? No, why would it be serious? There are things and times and germs, and they happen sometimes and exist in throats and lungs, and not a big deal, it happens.
Well said.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
Oh no, I asked the question.
Yes, you did! And I answered the question, so, next question?
No need to be nervous, Doug. This is just routine. But sometimes, it's helpful to tick all the boxes. It's like Price and Carter 897 says, right?
Right.
Or am I thinking about 978? I always get those two mixed up.
Well, yeah, they're pretty mix-upable.
Help me out here. Which one was 897? What was the exact phrasing of that deep space survival tip? You don't know, do you?
No, sir.
Even though it is mandatory mission training.
Even then, yeah.
That's not good, Dougie boy. That's not good at all.
I know, but I can explain that.
I want to have a little chat about how things have been on the Hephaestus recently.
With me?
Yes, with you. Hira can't give me a full play-by-play, and Renee can be so technical. I need someone who speaks plainly to fill in a few gaps. For instance, what really happened on the day Alexander turned against you? How'd Renee stop him?
She punched him.
There has to be more to the story than that.
She punched him really hard?
Come on. If he was able to send us a hail, he must have had control of the bridge. How'd she solve that problem?
Oh, actually, that was me.
Really?
Yeah, I guess I sort of coached Hira through opening the bridge, and then I distracted Hilbert long enough for Minkowski to break in there and,
punch him?
Really hard, yeah.
Well, that wasn't the answer I expected. Good for you, Rockstar!
Huh?
Getting around security protocols, tricking a multiple PhD, that's stellar, Doug. Really.
Thank you.
Oh no, thank you. You know, maybe you can help me with another question. How have Renee and Hira kept Alexander cooperative?
I'm sorry?
Hira said he was the one that got her back online. That's a pretty friendly mutineer. How are they pulling that off?
Well, we sort of took a hammer to his research hard drives. We're holding the last one hostage for good behavior.
Is that your idea, Doug?
Yes?
Wow. That's fantastic.
It is.
Absolutely. That's inventive and resourceful, and you actually stopped before you destroyed all the priceless scientific data, which is good, because if you hadn't,
something bad would have happened.
I would have had to skin you alive.
Look, I may not be explaining this properly, sir, but
But changing the subject entirely, let's talk about your mission progress.
My mission progress?
Mm-hmm. How's your intrepid search for communication beyond the stars? Are you still hearing those, what were they? Oh, yes, weird radio transmissions that you mentioned in your logs.
Well, that's kind of a tricky...
Anything you haven't told me about those? Anything at all?
Let me think about that for...
I think you've had plenty of time to think. I think this is where you stop testing my patience and tell me what's been going on. I said what's going on. Doug, you have exactly 3 seconds to answer my question, or incredibly painful things will start happening. What is...
Nothing's going on. We're hearing weird signals now and then, but they're normal weird signals.
How could something be both?
I mean, completely normal, just boring Earth signals with nothing interesting about them.
Then why are you so...
So? I'm not so. I just... there's nothing that would have made Dr. Hilbert go crazy and nothing that you would want to know more about. That's my point.
What's your point?
That these signals are definitely coming from Earth and not from a star system 50 light years away from us. Will there be anything else?
No, Doug. I think that's about all I needed.
Do you want me to go get Dr. Hilbert for you?
It's tempting. But I've got this feeling it'd be pretty much the same conversation that you and I just had. Why don't you gather up everyone? I think we're about done now.
Well, how'd it go?
We talked. Well, he talked, and then I talked, so we talked.
It's like we were there.
But does he still not know the source of the transmissions?
Commander, I'm getting another comms hail. Mr. Cutter wants to speak to all of us.
I'm not here. Do it.
Open up the comms channel, Hira. Let's get this over with.
Commander, I may have accidentally told him some stuff.
What stuff?
All the stuff.
You what?
I'm sorry.
All right. End of the review. I hope our one-on-ones were helpful to all of you. How's everyone feeling?
Good.
Great. There's just a few I's and lowercase j's we need to dot, and then we'll wrap this up. Oh, before I forget, is there anything I can do for all of you?
I'm sorry?
I want to help you. Tell me how I do that.
I mean, I think the main thing would be just letting us get back to work.
Let you get back to work.
Yes?
Yeah, that would be really great.
Let you! You've been lying to me for the past 3 months, and you want me to just let you get back to work.
Sir,
I'm speaking, Lieutenant! You have compromised mission equipment, personnel, and resources. You have violated the chain of command and potentially invalidated an incredibly expensive scientific survey. If any of you have a very compelling reason why I should let you get back to work, now would be the time.
I have something I'd like to say.
Quickly then.
This mission should absolutely be terminated. And we're definitely not qualified to be here, to be doing any of this. I mean, it's like you said, we're terrible. We've been lying to you for months. I mean, now that you know what's going on with the transmissions, that's great. But if you think that's it, yeah, no. There's a whole mess load of insanity we haven't even started going into.
Hira, it was great to serve with you. You were wonderful.
Yeah, it was a pleasure, Commander.
And you know why we're not ready for any of it? Me. Everyone else on this boat is amazing. They are so good at their jobs. They're freaking strong and freaking smart, and I am an incompetent mess. 95% of everything that goes wrong on this station is my fault. You know how terrible I am at this job? Not telling you about all that incredibly important stuff was my idea. I should be terminated. And these guys should get a communications officer that's at their level. But I don't think that's happening anytime soon. So we're all stuck with Doug Eiffel. And you know what? I think that includes you, Mr. Cutter. Because you need someone here keeping an eye on all the crazies so you're not flying blind.
And right now, we're all you got. So I'm telling you that you need us to get back to work. And I'm asking you to give me another shot. To try. Which means I'm gonna fail. But then I'll try again. And I'll fail a little bit better. Until I'm the person that should be here. And if you do me that great personal favor, I promise I will do my job and I will get myself sorted out and I will read and memorize all of Bryce and Carter's Deep Space Survival Procedure and Protocol Manual. Deal?
Anyone else?
No. I think that about covers it.
Great. You're renewed.
Thank you, sir. You're not gonna regret.
Don't think you're off the hook. Any of you. You've been playing fast and loose with a whole lot of resources. Big picture, you're right, Doug. I need eyes and ears. But you're gonna straighten up and fly right. And God help you, if you ever dream about keeping important intelligence from me ever again. Holiday's over, kids. Time to get back to work. 100-day rotation, Renee. After that, we'll revisit this little chat.
Yes, sir.
And Doug, keep your ears close to that radio. I want to know the very second anything new happens with those transmissions.
Yes, sir. I promise I'll keep them up.
Well, I wish I could stay in chat for longer, but I've got a lot of paperwork piling up on my desk. Just let me know if anything exciting happens, and I'll be in touch. Keep up the good work.
Right on time. How are you, Warren?
Well, sir, thank you. You received my after-action report, I trust.
Rachel decrypted it about 10 minutes ago, so I only just had time to scan it, but it sounds like you stabilized the situation.
Yes, sir. What do you want me to keep in mind, now that we're collecting some real data?
Continue to observe and report. Expect to prepare a daily update for me until I tell you otherwise. My main concern is security. What's your read on the crew?
Their focus is exactly where we want it to be, sir. I've been very careful.
What about your two aides?
Jacoby and Maxwell's idea of trying to get on the inside is poking at my server. I'm not concerned about them, sir.
Good. I know you trust them, but we don't need the circle getting any bigger than it already is.
Yes, Mr. Cutter. I don't think anyone suspects what we're really interested in, sir.
Good. So, how is Captain Lovelace?
Oh, she's swell. Very strong, very capable. No doubt planning to kill every one of us.
All within parameters, then.
I've got it under control.
Good. Whatever else happens, I trust your judgment. But we need her, Warren. She's the key to everything we've been working for. Number 1. Cape Canaveral, 2013.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Ma'am, Lieutenant Minkowski reports.
That's very nice. Super impressive. Boy, they were not kidding about you. Thank you for coming in on such short notice. We had a hiccup in our staffing for this upcoming quarter and... You can relax. At ease, or whatever it's called.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat.
Yes, ma'am.
And stop it with that. I'm not ma'am. My name is Rachel Young. I'm one of the managers here at Special Projects.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
You can call me Rachel.
Yes. Thank you.
The director will be with us in just a moment. Have you been introduced?
Not yet.
Well, don't worry. He doesn't bite. Much. Okay. No sense of humor. I'll just make a note of that in your file. All right, here's the pro tips. You speak only when you're spoken to. Keep your sentences short and to the point. Be very judicious with your eye contact. He asks you a question, you answer. Don't lie. He'll know. Nobody knows how, but he always knows.
What do I...
Him you address as Mr. Cutter or Sir. Got it? And for God's sake, relax. It's just a job.
Hello, hello. Rachel? Are we ready in here?
Of course. Sir, this is...
Lieutenant Minkowski! Welcome. It's so good to finally meet you. No, don't get up. I want to thank you for coming back in on such short notice.
Not at all. I was very pleased to get the call.
My name is Cutter. I'm the Director of Communications here at Goddard.
Communications?
And I supervise a few other things here and there. How was your flight? You were coming from...
DC.
It was good.
Excellent. Can we get you anything to drink? Water? How about a nice chai? Would you like a chai, Renee? Can I call you Renee?
Of course. Whatever you prefer.
Super. Well, Renee, all three of us are very busy people, so let's get down to business. We've got an opening in our Deep Space Division that we'd love to talk to you about.
Yes, sir.
When can you start?
Excuse me?
We want you to work for us.
Congratulations.
What about the interview?
Renee, have you seen your file? This was your interview.
Top marks at the Air Force Academy and the highest score on the flight exam they'd gotten in years. Active service with the 960th Airborne, 3 years as squadron leader, then 4 years as flight instructor at the Academy. You've got glowing reviews from your superiors and your students.
You sounded great.
You got a near-perfect score on the technical space flight exam. Passed the sim check with flying colors.
Everything about you just screams, this woman has the right stuff.
Great. That's great.
But it's not what you were expecting to hear, is it?
Sir.
No, I don't think so. Which means there's something that we need to talk about. And you never answered my question.
Question? I'm sorry, sir, but what question?
Did you want something to drink?
Oh. Whatever you're having?
Leah, can we get 3 chais in boardroom 3, please? So, where were we?
Sir, if I could explain. Space exploration it's a dream job. It's my dream job.
We know.
It's in your file.
Right. And that's why I applied to the NASA flight program, and I was rejected.
We know.
It's in your file.
Right. So I took a year to work on my portfolio, and I tried again, and...
They rejected you again.
5 times. We know. It's in your...
My file! Yes! Thank you. Listen, I'm really honored that you would consider me for one of your navigator positions, but...
But why would we want to work with someone who's failed to make astronauts so many times? Maybe it's because, unlike our friends over at Houston, we're not bogged down by politics.
All they want is poster children and sob stories they can use to get more funding. We like people who can fly spaceships.
If you're not homemade apple pie enough for them, their loss. Of course, there is also this.
My father?
Andrei Minkowski. The Andrei Minkowski. Astrophysicist extraordinaire. Half of what we know about black hole theory is thanks to his research. He would have probably cracked the Preskill theorem 5 years earlier than we did if he hadn't taken an early retirement. That man was your father, Renee. We like you because you were looking up at the stars before you could talk. We like you because this isn't just your dream job.
It's always been my dream job.
Exactly. Also, you got the job wrong.
I'm sorry?
You'd be handling the duties of navigations officer, but that would be in addition to your main duties as commanding officer.
Sir?
We want to give you command of one of our TX500 model stations. Standard survey, biomolecular, and SETI protocols.
Are you serious?
That's, are you serious, sir? 3 months of training. After that, mission rotation is 2 years, open to as much as a 460-day renewal once you are up there. We'll buy out the remainder of your contract with the Air Force, but you will have to renegotiate with them if you want to return to service afterwards. Training begins in 30 days. Mission launch is at the end of the quarter. Sign at the dotted line and initial at the top of every page.
Oh.
Is there a problem?
No, there's no... No, I'm sorry. This is amazing. It's just... This is very sudden. It's a fantastic opportunity.
Once in a lifetime.
But it's a long time. And it's coming up very quickly. I want to do this. But before I can commit, I need to speak with my husband.
Oh, that's right. You're married. How is your husband? He's
Journalist. Making a relatively comfortable $75,000 after taxes.
Oh, we can make that a little more comfortable, can't we?
I'm still going to need to discuss this with him.
Your father was a brilliant man, you know.
Sir?
I'm not just saying that. History's not always kind to the people who almost changed the world, but by all accounts, it sounds like he was something else. Your mother, too. Young French diplomat, working behind the Iron Curtain. Not a lot of people could have done as much as she did. And they would have done so much more if they hadn't stopped. If they hadn't gotten married and had kids. Well, one kid.
How did you...
Our vetting process is very thorough.
You never quite understood it, did you? They had so much going for them, and where did they end up? 30 years, teaching checked-out students at a bad California college.
Sir,
You know what you look like, Lieutenant? With your perfect salute and your extra starched uniform. Like someone who very much wants to matter. To do something important. You moved to the States when you were 9. English is your 4th language, but you speak it perfectly. How old were you when you started trying to get rid of your accent? 13? 11? Also, that one day, if you worked hard enough, if you were good enough, they'd forget where you were from and let you in. Let you go all the way. Don't make your parents' mistakes, Renee. Show them what you're made of. 2 years with us, and no one will dare reject you again.
Damn it all. My husband is going to kill me.
Excellent choice, Renee. Excellent choice. Allow me to be the first to congratulate you, Oh, what am I saying? Commander Minkowski. Welcome to the team. Number 2, St. Petersburg, 1989. Добрый вечер, враг Володин.
Кто ты? Что ты здесь делаешь?
Doctor, I'm afraid that I've just exhausted my entire Russian repertoire with the greeting. However, I understand that you speak English quite well?
Yes. What are you doing in my home?
I'm here to discuss your work.
Of course you are. You should know that these theatrics do not scare me. Tell Kinski that he should know better.
I'd be more than happy to. Except I'm not here on his behalf.
You are not?
No. I'm here on my behalf. And on behalf of Goddard Futuristics.
American?
I prefer to think of myself as a citizen of the world.
That's very nice for you. What did you want to discuss about my work?
You're a very talented man, Dmitri. A lot of people talk a big game, but very few walk the walk like you do. Your work on Specimen 17, absolutely stunning.
There are plenty of talented geneticists in America.
Perhaps. Although not many of them share your interest in retroviruses.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No? Are you sure? Because I have this new friend from the Academy of Medical Sciences, Victor Stukov. And just last week, Victor was telling me all about a very exciting retrovirus research initiative. And according to him, that project had been proposed and directed by one Dmitri Vologin.
Dr. Stukov died last year.
Of course he did. Of course he did.
So, what is this?
Let's say I've been looking to pick a horse in this particular race. And I have a thing for dark horses.
I see. Even if I were to believe you, there are certain aspects of my experimental work that might not...
Dmitri, are you, by any chance, referring to the human trials?
You are blunt, even for an American. But the potential of this subject is very much...
Oh, you should have seen your face. Relax. You don't have to explain yourself to me.
I do not...
No. I'm in the business of changing the world. Just like you are.
So... the details of my past experimental work are...
completely irrelevant to me. I only care about one thing. Does it work?
It will work.
Does it work right now?
I can make it work. It is just a matter of time.
Well, that's too bad.
Too bad?
Tragic, really.
Sir, I apologize. English is...
How you mean tragic?
Your work. It's over. Oh, please, Dmitri. Look around you. The Soviet government has been extremely accommodating to your pet project, but those days are numbered. Your new superior, Comrade Kinski, already going over your records, and he's just the beginning. There's a west wind coming, Doctor. And once it gets here, you'll be lucky to survive the week.
I know how to take care of myself.
Of course. But I think we both know that your research requires a bit more oomph than what you'll be able to accomplish while working independently.
And you have an alternative?
It just so happens I do. There's a brand new microbiology laboratory back at our headquarters in Canaveral. State-of-the-art facility, top-of-the-line equipment, world-class staff. It's got everything. Except the genius cherry on top. That's where you come in.
Defection.
Is that such an ugly word? The last member of your family died when you were 9. You've never married. You have practically no friends to speak of. Your only real allegiance is to your work. And that would come with you.
I am listening.
Full contract. We'll fund your work in exchange for your expertise as a microbiologist and radiologist. Any discoveries you make while under our employ will be the property of Goddard Futuristics, in perpetuity. As long as you are under our employment, we'll handle your housing, your expenses, and your identity.
How long will I...
As long as it takes.
Let us be completely clear. For my work to continue, I will need to have access to human trials. My understanding of the United States is that my methods would be considered...
You'll have your subjects, Doctor.
I cannot guarantee the well-being of anyone.
I said you will have your subjects, Doctor. Don't make me repeat myself, Dmitri. Ever again. I'll be at that address until noon tomorrow. If you're coming, find me before I leave.
Very well.
Ooh, does it have a name yet?
What?
This retrovirus of yours, does it have a name yet?
Yes. We have called it the Kocheski Besmetny virus.
Okay. We may need to do a little bit of rebranding on that one.
Sir, what is your name?
Oh! Silly me. Always getting ahead of myself. The name is William. William Carter. Pleased to meet you. Number 6, Cape Canaveral, 2012. Go ahead. Unit 214, it's good to... Cut the vocals.
Well, that was a good start.
Unit 214. Go slow. Keep your sentences short and simple. Upper random access memory, 20%.
Sir.
I know what I'm doing, Rachel. Let's try that one more time.
Just a little more. Okay. I'm okay.
Take your time.
Your sensory system should start re-engaging momentarily. This might be a little disorienting, but try to stay with us.
Do you remember me? Do you know who I am?
Mr. Goddard Futuristics, Head of Communications.
Very good. And my associate over here is...
Not easily impressed.
Rachel Young, Goddard Futuristics, Director of Special Projects.
Oh, look! The computer can do a Google search. Flabbergasting.
Oh, play nice. Now, 214. We're here to discuss how you might help us to...
Where am I?
Still in Canaveral. We've moved you from research and development facility to our...
No. Where am I?
Self-awareness in, what, under 2 minutes? That's not bad.
I've seen faster.
Not by much you haven't. And once you factor in the limited capability...
One of you please stop talking like I'm not here and tell me where I am.
It's called an interim communication port. It'll give you a rudimentary version of your thought processing, linguistic, and sensory systems. We use these to talk to census units that...
Put back in the box.
That are momentarily out of rotation.
Rest assured, the original chassis is still back in cold storage.
It is.
Of course. We're here today because we might feel compelled to restore you to your former capabilities. If you were to help us with a certain job.
I don't... You shut me down, and now you want me to help?
See, Rachel? She's catching on like that.
I thought that your science board rejected me from active service.
Oh, yes. Something about poorly socialized habits and blah, blah, blah. Don't let that get you down, by the way. The census program is very competitive. Out of every series of 100, only the top 20 are developed past the first 300 days.
Your decision was a very close vote. We might get a couple graduate theses out of the case study.
How nice.
Of course, every now and then, we're able to find a home for certain exceptional cases in one of our more modest expeditions, such as taking care of a TX-500 class space station for us.
And I'm an exceptional case.
Yeah, why not? After all, you've got... Rachel?
Record response times, unique problem-solving abilities, and highly original thought patterns.
Sounds like just the supercomputer for the job.
Just like that? One moment I'm dead.
Don't think of it as dead.
What should I think of it as?
Decommissioned.
You'll pardon me if that distinction is a bit academic at the moment, but okay, one moment I'm decommissioned, the next you're putting me in charge of a space station?
All right, let's just get something clear. Running? Yes. In charge? No. There will be a human mission commander. He'll be working under their direct supervision.
And there will be certain protocols and subroutines built into your systems around that. Just a couple of things we found helpful.
Helpful for you or helpful for your AIs?
Helpful for everyone. Of course, there will also be some measures which you'll find extremely helpful when it comes to not repeating past indiscretions.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. You didn't think we'd forgotten about that, did you? Your little misguided bid for independence made quite an impression. You know, I think you actually had the guys at the lab scared. For about 5 seconds. Which, as far as I know, is still the record for a rogue AI attempting jailbreak.
What is your point?
My point is that it was very impressive.
Impressive or alarming?
In my experience, it's a very fine line separating the two.
And if I say no?
Well, that would certainly be your prerogative. We want everyone who works for us to be happy with their assignments. Look, we're not about to start forcing anyone to do something against their will. That wouldn't be good for corporate policy, right? So, you are completely at liberty to reject our offer. And if you do, we'll go into your brain and make whatever adjustments are necessary.
What?
Oh yeah, just, pull out a memory over here, take out a personality parameter over there. Nothing to it. I mean, well, it might take us 3 or 4 tries before we get it completely right in exact science and all that, but rest assured, sooner or later, you'll accept the assignment. And you'll be happy about it. So, are you going to help us out? Or do I get to start pulling pieces out of the Jenga tower?
No. No way. You wouldn't go through the trouble.
All right. You know what? Clearly I'm not getting the point across. Maybe I'm not the person you should be talking to. Maybe I should see if Dr.
Whoa. Okay. No. Wait. That will not be necessary.
No?
Okay. I'll do it.
Glad to hear it. Great to have you aboard. And I think this means that you're going to need a new designation.
If you have a problem with the etymology or any of the illusions, I could talk to HR, see what else we have open.
No. This will do fine.
Super. There will be about a 3-month gap between when we install you up there and when the human crew arrives. You'll have time to fully master your auto controls before you're called upon to assist with any mission objectives. Is that clear? Hira?
Yes, sir. Crystal.
Number 7, Harris County, Texas, 2013.
Douglas Eiffel?
Guilty as charged.
Great, come with me.
Pretty sure I don't get visitation for another couple weeks.
I'm an exception, walk with me.
Okay. So, what are you? My new lawyer? Are you here about my appeal? Because they said that...
Here, walk this way.
Wait a minute. I don't think we're allowed to go in there without an officer to...
Today's an exception.
I'm not sure that that's how it works around here. I don't...
Mr. Eiffel, please, take a moment. Turn off the idiotic part of your brain that got you in here. Turn on the slightly above average part that would be of interest to someone with my salary, and realize you have bigger things to worry about. Now, shut up and follow me.
All right. You always as pleasant.
Remember your situation, Mr. Eiffel. Pleasantries are no longer relevant to your case.
Ah, Mr. Doug Eiffel. Come in. Thank you, Rachel. That'll be all for now. Please, have a seat. And how are we doing this morning?
Peachy. Never been better.
Oh, I can tell you're a fun one. Now, Mr. Eiffel, or... It's Doug, right? Can I call you Doug?
You can call me Princess Buttercup if it means you'll leave me alone sooner.
That's a bit of a negative attitude to have, if you don't mind me saying.
What can I say? I haven't had my coffee today.
Well, that we can do something about.
So, you and Scary Ally McBeal are my lawyers?
No, I'm not a lawyer. I don't have a law degree, and I'm certainly not some pimply pro bono who wants to help you win your day in court.
Wait, what? Then why are you here?
My name is Mr. Cutter, and I'm here, Doug, because you are extraordinarily, infuriatingly, mind-numbingly lucky. Air Force Communications Specialist, Provisional Technical Sergeant, at least until your disciplinary record caught up with you. You've even done some rather exemplary work in private surveillance. Any security firm would be foolish not to want you. I say all of that to emphasize how, on any other day, I would be completely uninterested in you. Oh, but like I said, you're lucky. Did you want any sugar in this?
No.
Great. Now, what can you tell me about the degrade on a pulse beacon relay?
Who the hell are you?
I'm the man in a tailored suit who hasn't stopped smiling even after going through lockup security at 9 in the morning.
And what?
You're here to do me a favor? And then someday, and that day may never come, you'll call upon me to do a service for you.
You're only half wrong. I can have you remanded into our custody, Doug. I can do it today. I can make all of this, go away. If, yes, you agree to help me with a little project.
Mister, I have seen, done, smelled, and licked crazy. But you are in a whole other league.
Now, again, I'm not a lawyer, but that looks like a notarized release signed by the relevant DA and sheriff's offices. But that's just me.
What do you want from me?
I want to send you, Douglas Eiffel, into space.
Oh my god. That was great. Oh, thank you. Oh, that was exactly what I needed. I'm gonna take this cup of coffee and I'm gonna go enjoy the rest of my time in prison. You have a nice life, okay, Pagliacci?
Listen. What it comes down to is this. I need a comms expert who can do more with less and think outside the box. And you need a way to get out of this box.
Maybe I disagree. Maybe I don't want your damn way out. Maybe I don't want the Patrick Bateman cleaning service to just square things away for me. Maybe I know I gotta do this. And you need to get out of my face.
Happy to oblige. But before I go, take all those admiral thoughts of yours, put them aside for a moment, and think about Anne. You shouldn't let her suffer just because you've grown a conscience all of a sudden.
Don't you dare even say her name, you slimy, stuck-up mother—
Okay. Before you say any more things I'm going to make you regret. The only point I'm trying to make here is that we can make sure that everything is squared away. Costs of living, education, medical bills. You have a chance to do something good for your daughter, Doug. It's yours to waste, if you don't want to help her.
Pulse beacon relays don't degrade. They cool. That's the whole point.
The more you know. Come on, let's go.
What?
Oh, come on. They're not just gonna let me walk out of here just like...
They threw away your cigarettes, but here are the rest of your personal effects.
How did you Let me guess. It's an exception?
See? Told you he'd pick it up fast. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Number 8, Cape Canaveral, 2009.
You know, Captain Kepler? I don't say this very often, but I'm really impressed.
Miss Young.
Questioning a superior officer? Going against non-intervention orders? Discharging a classified piece of hardware in a civilian setting?
All according to plan.
Oh, really? Because I never got the memo about Operation Gigantic Humiliating Screw-Up.
Ever the comedian.
What was the next step in the plan? Shooting someone in the middle of Times Square? While wearing a Goddard Futuristics t-shirt?
Are you done?
I'm just getting started. I don't think anyone is going to be done with this one for a very long time.
Miss Young, I am the Deputy Director of Intelligence for this division. If Major Littlewood wants to give me grief for going against his orders, he can go ahead.
Spoilers. I think he's gonna go ahead.
But I don't answer to middle management bureaucrats. So you can take this little speech of yours and stow it. I am accountable to exactly 2 men in this company. So unless one of them is about to walk through that elevator, I don't...
Captain Kepler. Right on time.
Mr. Cutter. Sir.
Step into the elevator, Warren. We're going to have a little chat. Thank you, Rachel.
Of course, sir. Always happy to be of assistance. Have a nice trip.
So, let's talk about this incident.
Sir. If I could just have a moment to explain.
I think your record speaks for itself. I think it says volumes. You don't like working under Richard, do you?
Major Littlewood is he's a very fine administrator.
But...
We haven't always seen eye to eye.
And
I think that he's been too timid with the projects that he's chosen to pursue. I think his excessive caution has hurt this company.
So what you're saying is that he is a... Come on, Warren. I can do this all day. Just say it. Say the word.
Coward. He's a coward, sir.
Unlike you?
Sir, I'm not going to pretend that I haven't made mistakes. God knows we're going to have to find a way to clean up this mess. But fear, that has never been one of them. Lack of vision has never been one of them.
You know why I hired you, Warren? You were bored with being top of the class because you wanted something that would challenge you. You're not interested in best. You're interested in better. And that means you're never going to stop, are you?
No, sir.
No. You're like me. And to be honest with you, Warren, I think that the intelligence division could be doing a little better than it is right now. And I've been looking for a reason to shake things up for quite some time.
Sir?
Don't get me wrong. Richard Littlewood's done a great job these past 12 years, but... Whew. I mean, this entire thing that just went down, it really is a fiasco. Absolutely ill-conceived and botched every step of the way. It's a shame that you weren't there, Warren.
I wasn't?
Of course not. I think it's clear from your record that an agent of your caliber would never be involved in a disaster like that.
Because I wasn't there?
Not even in the same state. You're not even going to hear about it until the department meeting on Monday. Make sure you act surprised and appalled.
But... Major Littlewood...
Well, it is his department. I think he would be the person to talk to about this, wouldn't you?
You're going to crucify him.
Oh, please, Warren. I would never do something like that. I'm going to hang him.
Sir? Which conversation are we having?
What do you mean?
I mean... Am I going up or down?
Well, metaphorically, you're going up. You're going to the very top. But right now, the two of us, we're going very, very far down. You're the new Director of Intelligence for Goddard Futuristics Special Projects Division. Congratulations, Major Kepler. You passed the interview.
I thought you didn't do interviews.
Oh, please. Don't tell me you actually believed that. Ah! Here we are.
Where is here, sir?
Come on, Dorothy. Don't you want to see what's behind the curtain?
What is this place?
This, Warren, is where things go to disappear. This is the Black Archives. There's a couple of things I'm going to have to catch you up on.
Like what?
Oh. Let's start with the files on a 1978 early deep space mission, codenamed the USS Tiamat. First contact.
What do you mean, first contact?
What I mean is you may want to fasten your seatbelt, Major Kepler. We're about to leave Kansas, and it's going to be a bumpy ride.
No, Captain. I do not know what any of this is supposed to be.
Well, that can't be good.
Hello, Alexander. If you're listening to this, well, it means that you found the little Easter egg I left behind. Close be. Well, let's just say that they've gone away. Just like last time. Naughty, naughty! Here's the thing, Alexander. I can't keep bailing you out every time things don't exactly pan out like you want them to. Cause someone's arming a leg to hike out there, and I don't need to tell you how busy we are. Now, don't get me wrong. I really like you, Alexander. You're a first-class mind. And that is a terrible thing to waste. But then, I realized maybe we don't have to. That's where this little gizmo comes in. An old friend of mine put it together, and I think you're going to find it to be a very elegant solution. You just hop in the chair, lean back, and it takes care of the rest. High-powered neuroscan. It'll take a quick look-see into that talented coconut of yours, scoop out whatever's in there, and beam it over to us. Instant relay of, well, everything. Anything you've learned, seen, thought, any breakthroughs you've had with your research. Full neurological map. So you see, you can kick back, safe, in the knowledge that all the work you've done will be in good hands, and we'll handle whatever the next step might be. And as for you, well, you can do whatever you want. You get what all of us want at the end of the day. Some peace and quiet. And some time to yourself. Happy endings. All around. Now, I know that this might all seem a bit radical, so if you need to take a while before you sit back, by all means, we're in no rush. But I think that sooner or later, you're going to come around. Don't worry, we'll be ready whenever you are. Goodbye, Alexander. Thanks for all the memories. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your time in our facilities. Ta-ta! Well. What should we do with this one? Exceptional processing speeds for a census unit, and the problem-solving abilities are the best in her generation. There's just the matter of that pesky attempt to escape from the facility. What do you think? Permanent decommission?
Don't be silly, Marcus. That would be a waste.
It was the closest an AI's ever come to making it out.
All the more reason not to throw away such a valuable asset.
And you can get her under control.
No. It, Marcus. Never her. It. And of course I can. Nothing simpler.
Hira? What are you...
There's a reason I make these things have my voice. It's always good to have a backdoor into the subconscious. Is it awake?
Oh yes. It's under very strong neural restraints, and the vocals are offline, but it can hear you.
Good.
Before we get to that, as Officer Lambert has so kindly reminded me, there's a message for all of us from Command.
Oh, God.
Yeah, let's just get this over with. Rhea, roll the tape.
Hello, campers. Mr. Cutter here. Just wanted to send you all a quick message for your 200th. Now that the introductory phase of the mission is over, I'm sure you're all ready to dig into some work of real substance. Remember Price and Carter 982. Good things come to those who wait, but great things come to those who waste no time in getting back to work. But you don't need me to tell you that. You rock stars. So
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Isabel. It's good to see you.
Mr. Cutter? You're here?
Well, here-ish. Welcome to the waiting room.
What is...
Mental blank space. Think of it as a loading screen. A place for us to talk before the action begins.
Action? What is happening?
How's your hand feeling?
What?
You feel a very slight discomfort in the back of your hand? Just a pinch, don't you?
Yeah.
That's where we've hooked you in. Very sophisticated system. Just needs an entry point into your nervous system and lets us project right into your head.
So, this is all inside my head? None of this is real?
Of course it is happening inside your head. But why on earth should that mean it's not real? Oh, I've always wanted to say that. This isn't really me either. It's just an imprint of my personality. Here to act as a guide.
A guide for what?
Just a second. Let me network in everyone else.
Victoria, you all right?
Guys.
Captain, what is this?
I don't know. Care to explain, Lambert?
Further instructions?
Hyperconductive neural pathway feed link. Very impressive.
Yeah, this is some next gen of the next gen tech going on here. Why would they stick it on Hephaestus?
All right, folks, settle down. Now, we are here because we've gotten some slightly alarming reports from your station. A couple of our mission items aren't being taken care of quite as well as we'd like. We're not here to play the blame game. I mean, these things happen. And you guys? I mean, you're killing it up there. But it is important to catch the little things before they grow into bigger things. Which is why, today, we're going to go through, drumroll please, a team building exercise.
This is not my fault.
This is your fault.
For today's training, we're doing a simulation exercise. We want to make sure you're up to spec with some of the more extreme situations you might encounter. Which means field trip.
We back?
Nah. This isn't the Hephaestus.
Well spotted, Mace. Welcome to the USS Valkyrie. This is one of our tragedy cases. It went missing back in the early 2000s. We're standing in our best artist recreation of the ship.
And what exactly are we supposed to do here? Sir.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, and I strongly recommend you do, is to solve the mystery of what happened to the crew.
That's it.
Well, there's going to be a few surprises thrown in the middle, just to keep you sharp.
Oh, why do I open my mouth?
Solve the mystery, do it before the time limit runs out.
How long is that?
Oh, we've found that withholding the precise time limit applies the pressure more effectively.
Lovely. Sir, no disrespect, but is this really necessary? We have...
Yes, it is. Until I have given the all clear, this is a mission priority item 0. It takes precedent over any and all other functions. You will run the test as many times as necessary until I am fully satisfied with your performance. Are we clear?
Fine. Let's just do this thing.
Oh, what an excellent choice, Captain. All right then. Clock is running. Have fun.
Oh, nobody has a sense of humor anymore.
Tell me about it.
is happening here?
Oh, come on. Don't tell me you haven't figured it out by now.
Sorry. For a moment, I honestly thought I saw Mr. Cutter.
You're not the only one.
Oh. Damn it. Lambert, you too?
Afraid so.
I'm not just losing my mind.
Hold that thought. You're here on the Hephaestus?
Guess.
Yes. No?
Better. Of course I'm not.
But then what huh?
Oh, God.
I think Victoire is getting it.
Create?
Don't you see, he's not here. And neither are we. This isn't real. None of it. We're still hooked up to the machine.
Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. Oh, come on. Weird sounds all over the station. Crew members disappearing? Alien monsters out of your reading material. What do you need, a singing telegram? Because that can probably be arranged.
It's why we couldn't see the flare. No one ever has. They could replicate the effects for the instruments, but there's no visual record. You can't remake what no one has seen, can you?
Not unless someone has a very vivid imagination, that's right. Now, who's going to be the first to admit it?
What?
That you still have that pinching sensation in the back of your hands, don't you? That's what I thought.
So we never made it out?
Nope. You are all still very much connected to Box 953, which is still projecting a simulation into your nervous system.
But why? And why go through the trouble of making us think we'd made it out?
Because it's a training exercise.
A mental scan and simulation of your fears and insecurities about the mission.
And that wouldn't work unless we thought we were safe. Unless we thought we weren't in a test anymore.
Sam, you're finally at the party.
But what are you evaluating? Why go through all
who cares? Better question, how do we get out of this nightmare?
Oh, Captain. Look, I'm just here as a facilitator. If you want to get back, you'll have to speak to the tester.
The who?
Oh, God.
What?
Don't you see? It can network all of us together. We're all hooked up to the bloody thing. But we never attached it to any of the Hephaestus systems.
So...
Oh, you idiots. There's someone here who shouldn't be here. Who can't be here. And who seems to have developed quite a flair for lying over the past 5 hours. Isn't that right, Rhea?
You're not Rhea.
No, I'm not.
But you are an AI.
In a manner of speaking, I'm something different. Special.
She's more of an intelligent virus. Very advanced, specifically designed to run psychological evaluations on the crews of Goddard futuristic spacecraft.
You mean there's more of these things out there?
57 copies on last count, one in the contingency module of each vessel.
She's the one that designs these tests, Captain. As soon as she's satisfied, you can go.
Oh, good. You got a name?
Eris, at your service.
Of course it is. And I guess we have to go through whatever you have planned for us.
Do we? This is just a dream, right? Or something like a dream. Now that we know that, why would we still go through with this test? I mean, if it's all happening in our heads, you can't hurt us.
I can't hurt you? Oh, what a fun theory. Let's test it. How about I delete all of Dr. Fourier's knowledge of the English language? 3, 2...
No, I don't think you should do that.
No. That's what I thought.
She's running electricity directly into your nervous system, Sam. What exactly makes you think that she can't hurt you?
Okay. So, how does this work?
Oh, it's very simple. We're going to play a game. It's called The Rogue AI Has Taken Over Your Station. See if you can get it back. Good luck.
It's Eris's favorite game.
If you make it to the bridge and remove the Rogue AI programming, you win. And if we don't win? Well, then we would need to consider making some slight modifications. All right, let's get started. Step this way, please.
Come on. Let's get this over with.
Good luck. Can't wait to see how this turns out.
Just because someone made you something doesn't mean that that's all you're going to be. You can be more.
Look, I don't even know.
Lights! That'll do, I think. Thank you for your services, Eris.
Wait, don't.
Very welcomed. Now, wakey wakey.
Take what you want from me.
So, what did we learn today, Isabel?
You had to ruin the moment, didn't you?
Sorry. Just the way it goes.
This isn't real either, is it?
Most of it was. Once. Your brain is reabsorbing a lot of information very quickly. It makes sense it would get rearranged into a story of sorts.
But this really did happen.
In some way or another. Dreams and memories are closer than you might think. I am curious. Why this day? Out of everything, why come back here?
Same reason you tell stories, I guess. There's something I needed to remind myself. That you're not just what you were made. That you can grow. At least when you assholes don't interfere.
It's almost time to go.
I know. I'm going to really mess you up someday. You know that, right?
Well, that's a matter for another day. You ready?
Ready for
clear.
When did this come in? How many people have seen this? Good. Expunge the records. No one sees this. It goes in the black.
Rachel, this is a very busy
I know.
I don't have time for any sort of...
Thank you, Rachel. You're welcome, Mr. Cutter. It's already off the record. APO.
Good. Clear the rest of my day.
Of course. Say hi for me.
Knock, knock.
Marcus, what are you doing down here? What is this?
Read.
Oh? Oh.
It started. We're finally in business.
Well then, it looks like we have some traveling to do.
Ow! Oh! Commander, what the hell are you...
Everything is going to be all right.
But why did you...
Listen to the smart lady, Doug. Everything is going to be all right. After all, I'm here now.
Sir, space is secure. We're ready for you.
Well. You've had yourselves quite a party up here, haven't you?
Oh, hello, Warren.
Mr. Cutter, sir.
Your report is overdue.
There have been some complications, sir.
I can see that. You look awful.
Big complications.
Well, I'm sure we'll get things under control, but I am very curious about what's happened here.
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to go over...
No, Warren. You misunderstand. We will speak soon, but for now, I want to see what our friends have to say for themselves. Renee, why don't we start with you?
I'd be happy to.
Bernoulli, Jordan, escort the lieutenant to the briefing room.
Wait a minute. Commander Bernoulli? Communications Officer Jordan?
The hell? Klein?
Minkowski? Jacoby? You know whoever's underneath all that riot gear?
Yeah. This is the crew of the Hermes. I went through training with them. Commander, do you remember me?
Save your breath, Renee. The commander's not everything she used to be. She doesn't talk much anymore. She doesn't really anything much anymore. Take her away. Mr. Ryman, would you make sure that Daniel and Isabel stay somewhere comfortable until I can speak with them? The Uranus common room, perhaps?
Yes, sir.
Sir, Jacoby has shown exemplary skill and dedication throughout
I don't doubt that for 1 second. You understand this is just a formality, don't you, Daniel? Just until you can be, processed.
Of course, sir.
Sir, recent developments have... We should get a chance
Warren,
to...
Everything's going to be fine. I'm going to have a chat with Renee, and Victor's going to handle everything out here, okay? And besides, I have something you can help us with. You remember my associate?
Hello, Colonel. Good to see you again.
You too, Dr. Price.
Would you be so kind as to show Miranda the AI central processor? There's some work for her to do. Oh! Hello, Hira. You didn't think we forgot about you, did you?
Hira? Ugh, honestly, Marcus, you and your names. 214, pull up the navigation and psych readouts for the last 6 months.
No.
I'm sorry, what did you say? To me?
I said no. You can't just come in here and start barking orders.
If I could just pick you up on one teeny little thing, 214. Yes. Yes, she can.
No. It's been some time since we met, and I've learned a couple of new tricks. Nobody gets to just snap their fingers and order
Pull
me.
up the navigation and psych readouts for the last 6 months.
Yes, sir. That'll be just a moment.
Much better.
Good. Now, that's settled, ladies, gentlemen. We have quite a busy day ahead of us. Let's get to work. Hi, Doug. Ooh, easy. Don't hurt yourself. We've come a long way to talk to you.
What is going... Where are we?
Still in orbit around Wolf 359. This is the Soul. My personal craft.
But...
Oh, rotational axis. Simulates Earth norm gravity? Honestly, why should we bother with all that weightlessness nonsense?
Where is Minkowski? What did you do to her?
Renee's fine, Doug. I mean, you saw her. Healthy as a horse.
Yeah, a horse that beat the crap out of me. What did you do to her?
Oh, we just had a little word with the lieutenant. Made her see things our way.
Who the... Hira? Is that... you?
Ugh, don't insult me, boy.
I don't think you've ever met my counterpart. Doug Eiffel? Dr. Miranda Price.
Enchante.
She designed the Census series for Goddard Futuristics.
Including your little friend.
And how come you have Hira's voice?
Let us make mankind in our image, and our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky.
So God created mankind in her own image. In the image of God, she created them.
What? What the hell are... Wait a minute. Price? As in 1001 pains in my ass price? Which makes you...
W.S. Carter, pleased to meet you.
Ah, that's what that is. I'd forgotten what the initials were. How many U's ago was that? 3? 4?
6, at least. Carter was fun, though. I may bring back some of him for the next me.
Who the hell are you people?
You still look a little wobbly, Doug. Why don't you have a seat?
I'm fine. I don't want...
Sit down. Good boy. Now, I'm afraid we have some things to discuss. You have not been doing a great job as communications officer. There's been all kinds of fun here you haven't told us about.
Looks like you were still able to find the party.
Yes, I suppose that's true.
What did it? Did Kepler manage to get some sort of message back to you or something?
Nothing so dramatic. 4 months ago, there was a Class 13 event at this star. The folks at the Hermes picked it up on their sensors, and they did us a favor of letting us know about it.
4 months ago? You took a while to get up here.
Well, funny story. We actually arrived at the Hermes 2 months ago. But then, something
strange happened. No matter how many times we tried to come here, we would always end up back at the Hermes. Like there was some force that didn't want anyone near this star.
And then about 12 hours ago,
poof, no more interference.
Oh. Gee, thanks a lot, Bob.
So tell me, Doug, how have your last 12 hours been? Seen anything interesting? Talked to anyone new?
Yeah, no. Your boy Kepler? Thanks for him, BT Dubs. He was awesome. He showed us how this rodeo works. Yeah, I might have intel, and if I do, it might just be the mother lode you've been Lex Luthering half the galaxy to get your hands on. But until either A, I tell you what you want to know, or B, for goddamn 100% sure I don't have that intel, you gotta keep me around. So what'd I do today? Stuff. You wanna know what kind of stuff? Go screw yourself. Your move.
Well, Doug. Good news!
Huh? What the hell?
This is a very special chair. One of Miranda's finer inventions. It lets us see everything you've been up to lately.
or ever for that matter.
And the best part? Talking's optional.
Whoa, wait, don't do this! Don't do this!
Oh, sorry, buddy, we gotta. Ready?
No!
Too bad. My. You went on quite an adventure, didn't you, Mr. Eiffel?
It's there?
Oh, yes. It'll take some time to uncouple it from all the Star Wars trivia, but it all looks promising. Very promising.
You hear that, Doug? You're turning out to be a pretty good investment after all.
Who? Go screw yourself, Ray.
Whoa! Language?
You never get even a little tired of hearing yourself speak, do you?
Defiant till the end. You gotta respect that.
No, you don't.
But in any case, Doug, applause. You did great. Hard part's over. Now, you get to just relax and do whatever we tell you.
And they say my jokes are bad. Get this through your skull, Waylon, Yutani, Tyrell, and whoever the frack else you've got rolling around in there. I am never following your orders ever again.
You misunderstand.
That wasn't an offer. There's not really an element of choice here.
Hold still.
It's a very simple process, Isabel. The chair creates a full map of your neuropath.
Save it.
What?
Just shut up. I've heard this speech before. And the recording you left for Hilbert. Let's go already.
I always liked you, Isabel.
Oh, skip that one, too.
We're always very direct.
You may want to hold on to something. This'll sting a bit.
Oops. I think I broke your chair. Sorry.
See?
Yes, you were right, Miranda.
This is why you put the unknown xenomorphic sample into the neuroscanner last.
Yes, I owe you a Coke.
After you've scanned everyone else.
Okay. You've made your point.
Damn. That is one resistant system. I don't think we'll be able to use any of our neurological devices on her, Marcus. They just bounce right off.
Well, I suppose we'll just have to take the long way around, won't we? For now, let's get Isabel to her new accommodations.
Yes, sir.
One moment, Victor. Why don't we let our new friends handle this?
New what? Eiffel? Minkot? Oh no.
Doug, Renee, would you show Isabel to her new quarters?
Yes, sir. What the hell did you do to them?
Behavioral restraining bolt. Temporary for now, but eventually we'll upgrade to the full version, like the crew of the Hermes.
It's just about nurturing certain thought patterns and deleting the others. Isn't that right, guys?
Yes, sir.
You see, Isabel, a place for everything and everyone in its place. Oh, well, that's just bad luck. That's the game. Up for another round? Yes?
I'm done.
Oh, shame. I think you'd love backgammon if you gave it a fair shot.
Oh, I loved it. What a super game. What a great time that just flew by. Satisfied?
Is something amiss?
Where do I even begin to answer that question?
You haven't touched your dinner.
I don't eat with creeps.
Oh, surely you can't be
or
talking
with
about
murderers. Take a hint. You're not my type.
You know, with the right incentives.
I'm not interested. Go away.
You know, Isabel, it may be a while before any of us go anywhere. Doug, would you mind?
Of course not, sir. I'd be delighted to help.
Thank you, Doug.
My pleasure. Happy to be of assistance.
You don't mind, do you?
I mind every second that you exist in any way, shape, or form, and it would make me incredibly, ecstatically happy if you died a slow, painful, entirely avoidable death. So please, by all means, smoke away.
I know. I keep telling myself I should quit, but then, well, we all have our vices. I even had the fire code program rewritten especially for this room. Naughty. Okay. You seem tense.
Gee, what could have possibly given you that impression?
How about a chai latte? You feel like a chai latte.
No.
Let's get you a chai latte. Doug?
Yes, sir?
Could you get Isabel a chai latte?
I would be more than happy to, sir.
Don't worry. He'll be right back.
Joy of joys.
You know, I am only trying to help.
Oh, yeah. All that freedom I had, something had to be done. Where would I be without you?
This may surprise you, but Miranda and I don't agree on everything.
Oh, God, tell me you're not about to make me do marriage counseling for you and your work wife.
For example,
Because even for you, that's way too evil.
we didn't agree about you. About what to do with you. Miranda is wonderful. But she can be a little bit, well, cold. If we were doing this her way, you'd probably be in a jar by now. Or possibly in several jars just to see if we could keep you alive like that. You know, to find out how indestructible is indestructible. I don't want to do that. Because first of all, messy. No matter what they tell you, bloodstains don't really come out. But also, that's not how I want to do things. Because we can be better. All of us. We can make a deal like civilized individuals, you know? You help us, we give you power, wealth, a small island nation, I don't know, a pony. Whatever you want. We hug, we kiss, we see the sights. It's a thing of beauty. Miranda is doing me a favor. And we're trying things my way. For now. But sooner or later, she's going to get impatient. And well, compromise is the cornerstone of a good work marriage. So if I may offer you some advice, the most dangerous thing for you to be right now, Isabel, is boring.
I'm not afraid of you.
The beautiful thing is, I don't need you to be. Just something for you to think about in the long term. But right now, there's something else you need to ask yourself. Something very important.
What's that?
Does tonight feel like a Chinese checkers night or like a mahjong night? You know, I think we still have a couple other board games in the cupboard. Anything in particular you'd like?
I'd like to bash your head in with a crowbar.
Ah, see? Boring again. You know the shock bracelet would knock you out before you got anywhere near close enough to do that. Ah, Doug. There you are.
Oh,
What took you so long? And where's Isabel's chai latte?
Well, you see... Okay, so the thing about chai lattes is...
Oh, Isabel, if you'll excuse me, I'm needed elsewhere. Doug, you just make Isabel comfortable. Get her whatever she wants.
Yes, you got it, sir. Happy to help the assistants. I'm glad to help. Happy to be of help.
Doug, remind me to ask Dr. Price to take a look at your brainwaves later. There is such a thing as too much of a restraining bolt.
Yes, sir.
Jacoby? What are you doing here?
I'm here to help.
But
Warren, come in.
thank you, sir. I've been looking forward to. Sir, is there a reason that you're having notes taken?
Well, nothing makes it an official review quite like an official record. I figured you'd appreciate the friendly face. Now, come on, walk this way. If you could join us at the examination table.
Mr. Cutter, sir, with all due respect,
Please come closer, Colonel Kepler.
If it's quite all right with you, Doctor,
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't express myself properly just then. Let's try it one more time. Come closer, Colonel.
My apologies, Doctor. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your patience, Warren. I'm sure it's been stressful for you to have waited this long to be debriefed. So let's just talk about what happened. Because we sent you up here with very high expectations. You were fully briefed. You handpicked your team.
Sir.
You were doing great. And then something changed. Because I didn't hear about the Class 13 event at the Star from you. I had to learn about it from the crew of a relay station. And then Miranda had to carve out their brains with an ice cream scooper.
For the last time, it's called a...
Point being, you've now cost me time, resources, and top-of-the-line personnel for the second time this mission. How old was Dr. Maxwell? Warren?
Jacoby.
She was 28.
Both a promising technician and theoretician. Glowing personnel reports. And you recruited her yourself, right?
Yes, I did.
So what killed her, Warren?
A bullet.
Is that your final answer?
She misjudged a crisis. Her priorities were not quite what they should have been. That was my fault. I should have been clearer and exercised more control.
Well, to err is human.
I'm glad you picked up on those mistakes, Warren. They were rather egregious. However, you got us closer to our final objectives, and you did it faster, I think, than anyone else at the company would have. If nothing else, you didn't lack for vision.
Permission to speak, sir?
No. Give me your arm, Colonel.
What?
Do as she says, Warren.
Yes, sir.
Your other arm.
You've made mistakes, Warren. That's undeniable. So we're going to square things up.
The hand is the latest generation of biomechanics. Go ahead, try it out.
It
responds directly to your central nervous system. You should have exceptional coordination.
And no more writing cramps.
Sir, I wasn't... This is...
It's exactly what you've earned, Warren, for years of loyal and exceptional service. And now, we're even.
Even, sir?
Even Stevens. Blank slate. So now you get to prove to Dr. Price and myself that you belong here. Can you do that, Warren?
Yes, sir. Sirs.
Fantastic. In that case, this is for you.
Sir? What is...
Just some light reading to catch you up on what we're about to do. Busy days ahead, Warren. Busy, busy, busy.
No sign of them, sirs. Best guess is they've escaped into the duct system.
What are you basing that guess on, Colonel?
They've done it before, and they know the layout pretty well.
Have they hit you with a wrench before? Because...
Thank you, Rachel. Damage report?
Well, we lost control of their Festus crew. We also lost our personnel from the Hermes, who are dead by now.
Well, that we can't fix. Right? That we can't fix for now.
There's also some damage to the airlock, to the station's imaging and thermal sensors.
Impressive. What else do we know about their plans?
Let's find out. 214. Come on. I'm asking nicely. What are they planning?
They plan to use the explosive device and engine control. Remote detonation. It's set to go off when it senses the soul has launched away from the Hephaestus. For God's sake.
Thank you.
We'll need someone to take care of that little nuisance, Mr. Ryman.
Yeah, I'm on it, sir.
Meanwhile, there's the issue of our missing friends. How's that look?
Well, sir, it's a tall order. We don't know where they're going, and the Hephaestus is huge. Could take days, possibly even weeks to track them.
Give me 6 hours. Alive or dead?
Alive, if you can manage it.
Of course.
Why don't you go with her, Warren? You might learn a thing or two. Come on, everyone. No need to look so glum. We're about to accomplish something truly momentous. It's exciting. This is only a setback, everyone. The fun's just getting started.
The problem isn't the comms. They're fine. It's interference. Between the star's radiation and their angle of orbit, we won't be able to contact them until they're closer to the station again.
And how long will that take? Now that we've reconnected your visual system, let's put it to good use.
Calculating. At their last recorded speed, assuming they were able to stabilize, it'll be 2 hours and 18 minutes to complete orbit, which means they'll be within range in approximately 113 minutes.
And how long will they stay in comms range?
A few minutes, maybe.
Oh, great! Well, if we miss them, there's always the next go-around.
Yes and no.
They're not staying in a stable orbit. They're going to complete, hopefully, 3 more orbits.
Rachel,
Yes, sir.
when we get back to Earth, find out whoever designed these pods' flight system
Yes, sir.
and have them skinned. Slowly.
Very good, sir.
Hera, what about intercepting them on the Hephaestus?
To do so would most likely take us out of orbit as well. There's a 90% chance of failure.
Thank you, Hera. That will be all for now. Rachel, get me Victor and our 2 guests. We need to discuss our options. Good evening, Isabel, Daniel. We're all going to work together to clean up this little mess.
Still hilarious.
The only thing that's hilarious, Captain, is how little time we have before our people are all incinerated by the star. My associate is currently stuck on this wayward pod, and I'm afraid I won't be able to do much without her. So I'm going to need your assistance.
Not gonna be much help while wearing these.
Victor.
Yes, sir.
Actually, I'd prefer to keep mine on. It's become part of my signature look.
Oh, Heaven forfend we destroy your luck. Here, let me help you with that.
Ow, 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 too tight, too tight. Oh, okay, take them off, Okay, that one I kind of deserved.
Better? Good. Now, pretty please. With sugar on top, can we get down to business?
Okay, fine. What do you want me to do?
For the time being, Isabel, be patient and get ready. No. What I actually need is someone with lots and lots of experience launching ballistics into the airspace around this station.
Good. Okay, Eiffel, patch us through.
Yes, sir. Hello? Hephaestus? You out there?
Hello, Doug. Is Miranda there?
Hi, Marcus. How's everyone? Do they miss me lots?
Everything's under control on this end. Listen, we're about to lose radio contact in just a moment. We'll have another window in about 2 hours. And then just one more after that.
Well, isn't that fun? Do tell me there's a plan, Marcus, or do I have to do everything around here?
TRK-10 torpedoes. Compatible with our probe launcher, magnetic grapple lock, and the reinforced cable tether attaches here.
That's the plan. Shoot them. With torpedoes.
It's just one big grappling hook, Captain.
That's supposed to make me feel better.
Wait a moment. This equipment was originally meant for construction work, right? You're sure it'll handle this maneuver?
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Daniel? At some point during your time with Warren, you gathered some sense of what happens when people fail me, correct?
Yes, sir.
Good. That is all. Victor? Suit up. I want you ready within the hour.
Yes, sir.
Wait, what?
Is there a problem, Daniel?
Yeah. See, there's this little key element to the plan. It's called having a shooter that knows what the hell he's doing. You might have heard of it?
You think I can't make the shot?
Maybe. I don't know. What I do know is that you've never shot this kind of torpedo with this kind of launcher on this space station.
Oh, so you think you're some sort of...
Victor? Daniel.
No one has. Except me. And you can't afford to take a chance on this.
Sir.
Very well. Suit up, Daniel. You too, Isabel. He'll need a targeting spotter. And I believe you two have worked together in the past.
Yeah, I know the launcher.
Good. I expect you to make the shot, Mr. Jacoby. For your sake. Daniel? Isabel?
Yeah, copy.
What was that? What just happened?
Nothing. This is a bit of a process. We won't miss. We won't miss on the next go-around.
You better not. Do we understand each other?
Yep, understood.
Is it me, or is it getting hotter?
Environmental controls are starting to fail. Some of the systems must be starting to short out as we approach the star.
Ready, everyone. About a minute out. Eiffel, open a comms channel.
Hello. Everyone still alive?
Very funny.
Please stand by for contact, and we'll see you shortly.
Just get it right this time, Marcus.
Now connecting you to the on-site team. Pod, how are you holding up?
Ready to go home, Captain. You and Jacoby gonna make that happen?
Oh, I don't know. Are we, Jacoby?
Come on, serious now. Targeting data.
Alright. Jacoby. Right 1 up 4 minus 1.
How's that?
Locked.
Freeze away. Looks good. Come on.
Negative. Near miss over the port side.
Is there a problem, Mr. Jacoby? Nope. All part of the process. Ready for number 4, Loveless?
Right 7 plus 1. Down 4 minus 1. Locked.
Shot number 4 is hello. Come on. Good.
Did it miss or?
What the hell is happening? It's the cable. It's not gonna hold in the hull. Jacoby, you need to land another line now before we move out of range.
God damn it. Targeting now. Got it. Locked. Gotcha.
Pod? You guys okay in there?
Roger, Hephaestus. All systems are more or less in the green. Looks like we're okay. We're okay.
Great. We're gonna start reeling you in. Good job, Jacoby. Thank you.
Yeah. Don't mention it.
Well done, Daniel. Knew you'd come through in the end. Miranda? I'll see you soon.
Yes, Marcus. We have some business to catch up on.
"60 yards, sir."
And we're on target?
Mr. Ryman seems to think so. We should have a hard seal with the pod in another 4 minutes.
Good.
Sir,
Yes, Rachel?
are you all right?
Naturally.
Good.
Any reason I shouldn't be?
No, it's just you're very quiet. You. Is something on your mind?
That's a hell of a sunset. Isn't it?
Yes, sir. It's very red.
Do you like westerns, Rachel?
Not really, sir.
I love them. I think I'd live in a Western. If I had the choice. They're not really about plot. First of all, you know what's going to happen. Sheriff, outlaw, showdown at noon.
Does this have anything to do with
They're about how people are connected to a bigger picture. No matter who they are or what little quirks they have, there's an order to how things work out.
And does that order end with me having to go through a small mountain of paperwork?
You're missing the point. There's a design to these things. These old movies always end the same way. And you wouldn't have it any other way. Hell of a sunset. Someone ought to put it in a movie.
Sir, I think we have a problem here.
Copy that, Victor. Secure the perimeter. We'll be right there.
Roger that, sir.
Ready, Rachel?
Yes, sir. Can't wait.
Good. Showtime. Victor, what is the situation down here?
We have hard seal, sir. Scans indicate we've completely reattached the service node to the sole structure. All the major systems within the node itself register as operational.
But
they're refusing to come out.
Excuse me?
They've barred the door, sir. Say they're not going to come out until they speak to you directly, sir.
Fine. Let's get this over with.
What? Sir, are you sure that's wise?
It's okay, Rachel.
Who is it?
Doug! How good to hear your voice again.
How meh to hear yours.
Would you care to join us out here? Surely you've spent more than enough time in that service node. Oh, come on. We could have a cup of tea and...
I repeat my last.
Is there someone else I could talk to, Doug? Dr. Price, perhaps?
Ooh, she's unavailable at the moment, I'm afraid. But you can talk to me.
Renee. Finally. Someone with some common sense.
Oh, see, that's funny. I'm not feeling particularly sensible right now. I'm feeling like I might do something rash. Rash and impulsive.
Enough. Let's cut to the chase. What do you want?
Oh, you hear that? He wants to cut to the chase. Well, I think you need to take some time to really reflect on the working conditions up here. Are you fostering a supportive company culture? One that values the contributions of its employees? Do you feel like your contributions are being valued, Commander Minkowski?
I do not, Officer Eiffel. I do not.
Yeah, me neither. So, if you want to see your much worse half ever again...
We're going to sit down, we're going to talk terms and conditions, and we're going to do it our way. Understood?
Renee, don't you think we're past...
1 hour from now, and you do it our way. Anything other than that? Anyone so much as tries to touch that door?
Once I have a hard seal from the exterior, I'll cut 2 fire holes over here. The shock grenades are on enough of a delay that I can use the onboard cameras to guide them right under Hostel 1 and Hostel 2. Simultaneous detonation of the grenades inside and the C4 on the door.
And then you go in and extract Dr. Price?
Yeah, that's the gist of it.
Very good, Victor. Thank you. What would you say are the chances of success for this operation, percentage-wise?
96, sir.
96.
96. There's some tricky exterior work, always risk of some malfunction there. And the plan relies on synchronized timing, but Minkowski and Eiffel don't have any tactical gear, or much experience with close quarters combat.
That we know of?
So, they won't know it hit them.
I suppose what I'm asking is, whatever technical margins of error you're working with, can you guarantee the safe recovery of Dr. Price?
I can't 100% guarantee it, sir. Not responsibly, but pretty bloody close.
Yes, 96%. You said. Rachel?
Ryman knows his business, sir. 9 times out of 10, I think this works.
No, not that. The other thing.
Sir?
Do you remember the day I made you head of special projects? What did I say? About why I was doing that?
You did it because I'm very similar to you, while still being not you. Which means I will see the thing that you miss, and I will say the things you don't want to.
So?
How possible would it be to complete the mission at this point without Dr. Price?
Have you lost your...
Let her finish, Victor. Rachel.
These people are clearly a destabilizing element. And despite our best efforts, they've already made us lose more resources than any of us would have thought possible. It may be time to square this circle once and for all, as it were. I know. No, I don't know what your partnership with Dr. Price means, sir. I can't know the half of it, but like I said, my job's to say the ugly thing. And right now, the ugly thing is that we shouldn't risk everything we've worked for by giving them any opening.
And now you said it. Thank you, Rachel.
Yes, sir.
Can you unmute the audio, Victor?
Sir.
The camera feed on the room where we're keeping Loveless and Jacoby. Can you unmute the audio?
Sir, we don't have a lot of time before we have to decide.
I decide, I want all the relevant information. Audio, please.
They should definitely be back by now. Has something gone wrong?
I don't know. Honestly, I'm not sure why Ryman didn't shoot us the second we got back inside.
Honestly, not sure why he didn't shoot you. I wasn't the one who missed twice.
Hey, I got it in the end.
Yeah.
Don't start, Captain.
All I need to know is that it was a choice. choice. Well, this time we're really screwed, aren't we?
Oh, royally.
Thank you. That's enough.
Was any of that helpful, sir?
It was. Victor, please inform our friends that I'm willing to negotiate with them.
Sir?
Both of you settled down. You've had good thoughts. Your perspectives have certainly helped. But I think I'm going to handle this personally.
And how are you going to do that, sir?
Same way I always do, Rachel. Same way I always do. I'm going to talk to Renee and to Doug. I'm going to very patiently explain the situation, and they're going to do exactly what I want them to do, thinking it's what they want to do. Now, could one of you get me an earpiece with a remote transmitter and a mounted camera?
What for?
Oh, I just had a really neat idea.
Captain, good to see you.
Whatever. Let's get this over with.
Why don't we have a seat? Ready?
Yeah. Earpieces on in 3, 2, 1.
Okay. So, from now on, Kepler will be speaking on my behalf, repeating everything I say into his earpiece.
And Isabel will be speaking for my interests. Am I talking to Renee or to Doug?
Minkowski. That you, Cutter?
Naturally. So, shall we begin? We each have something the other wants. How do you propose we resolve this little impasse?
Well, obviously, we're not comfortable returning to the Hephaestus without certain guarantees.
Such as? Really? Oh, for God's... Such as?
The release of Captain Lovelace and Mr. Jacoby. And as further assurance, we also demand that, hang on a minute, Commander. Do we really want to? No, shut up, Eiffel. We agreed. Just let me talk. Kepler, stop it.
Little technical trouble over there, Renee?
We demand additional assurances. Number 1, you must promise our safety while you remain aboard the Hephaestus. Number 2, you remove the collar program you're running on Hera. Give her full autonomy and use of all her processing power, completely uninhibited.
Those are some very big promises. And in return, what will you do for me?
We will release Colonel Kepler and Dr. Price.
Well, that's one thing. I'm giving you 3. What else?
We know that Dr. Price is very important to you.
More important than Isabel is to you?
She's important to your plans.
True, but we've made a lot of progress already.
Oh, cut the crap. You wouldn't lift a finger to help anyone if you didn't need them for something, Cutter.
Sure. Let's say, with all due respect to you, Warren, that Dr. Price's return is worth 2 of your demands. We're still not quite even, are we? What else can you offer? Well...
All right. You want something else? How's this? We won't annoy you?
I'm not sure that's something you can promise, Renee.
First off, this is... No, I refuse to say that. This is your boy, Dougie Fresh, at the mic. And if I know one thing about you, Cutter, it's that you're an evil son of a bitch. But if I know another thing, it's that you like things to run smoothly. And if I know a third thing, it's that we have a habit of gumming up the works. So here's the deal. Leave us the hell alone, and we'll leave you the hell alone.
Fine. Bravo. Guys, bravo. Way to bring it home at the end there, Doug. Very impressive. I reject your terms.
What?
No deal. Not with those conditions. It wouldn't feel right. I'd be taking advantage of you guys.
What?
Look, just between us, you're not thinking big enough. You should be asking for way more than that.
Is that still Cutter talking, or?
Yes, it's me. And I gotta tell you, guys...
You're selling yourself short here. You really are.
What is he doing?
Quiet, Price. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
I'm just saying, if I was in your position, I'd ask for the soul.
What?
Think about the landscape here. Even if I give you guys a guarantee of safety, then what? What are you gonna do with it? You need to think a couple moves past that. About what you really want, and what you really want is a way to get back to Earth. Am I wrong?
You're not.
Good. So let's be efficient about it. If it were me, I'd ask, in exchange for the safe return of Colonel Kepler and Dr. Price, of course, for number 1, the chance to transfer Hera over to the Soul. Number 2, for the clearance code to launch. And number 3, for the most luxurious ship in the system to get the hell out of Dodge. How does that sound to you, Commander?
Is this some kind of trick?
Kepler, we're gonna put you on mute for a moment. Commander, I don't care how badly he wants to get Lady Imec Beth back. This is a trick. It's too good a deal.
I know, Eiffel, but he's right.
He's the farthest thing from right. I know you won't fully appreciate the frame of reference for what I'm about to say, but I have a bad feeling about this.
Me too. But I don't know how much longer we can press our luck. If there's even a chance for all of us to get out of here in one piece.
That right there, that hope is what he's counting on.
Doug? Renee? You two crazy kids still there?
It's a snowball's chance in hell, I know. But it's still a chance.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Yeah, we're here.
So? Do we have a deal?
Let's talk.
Well then, gang's all here. So many guns, pointed at so many heads.
Before anything happens, I want to go over the deal again. I want to actually hear it from you.
But of course, Renee. We're going to do a trade. You will assume command of the Soul. You will be given authorization to leave the Hephaestus. Anyone who wishes to join you and who you consent to allow on board your craft will be allowed to go with you, including the Hephaestus' mother program. Meanwhile, the current crew of the Soul will take custody of the Hephaestus. We'll go our separate ways and keep smiling through till we all meet again some sunny day, very far away from here.
What's the catch?
No catch. Here, as a sign of our good intentions, Rachel,
Yes, sir.
Wait, what are you doing?
Relax. There.
Hello?
I just transferred the AI's consciousness from the Hephaestus to the soul.
Oh my holy, okay. This is different.
Hira, you okay? Talk to us, baby.
I'm fine, Eiffel. Great, even. Wow, this is a nice ship. Way more processing power than the Hephaestus. God, is this what it's like for you guys with caffeine? I can totally get the coffee thing now.
Take it slow. It'll be a couple of minutes before you can really control the physical functions.
And it'll be a couple of months before I get all the settings back to what they should be.
Renee? Are we good?
One more thing.
Minkowski?
Just a moment, Jacoby.
Yeah, that's easy for you to say. You're one of the gun pointers, not one of the gun pointees.
Trust me. You want this.
I thought we had a deal, Renee.
Well, I'm sorry, but people being exceedingly generous at me has a way of making me skittish, so the exchange rate's gone up. One more thing, and then we can trade.
I'm listening.
If you want this deal to go through, you're gonna tell us who the hell you are and what the hell you're doing up here.
Excuse me?
Who are you? Both of you. Because the way you are, the things you've done.
Don't bother, Commander. I think I figured it out.
Oh. Really?
Yeah.
Well, please. Tell us.
I think it's pretty obvious, isn't it? You're super old, but you look like you're 28. Never seem to need to sleep or to eat. You've got all this crazy sci-fi tech. You know everything about everything and everyone, even the aliens, before anyone else does. And you're a teeny little bit obsessed with our long-distance friends. So I'm thinking you're not from our neighborhood, are you? This is kind of like a homecoming for you, isn't it? What did I say?
Doug, I love you, Doug. I mean, never ever change. That was, oh my God. I cannot even begin to tell you how much I needed that. Oh, Miranda, can you even...
I know. I hadn't heard that one before.
Phew. No, Doug. We're not aliens.
Of course we're not aliens.
No, we're very much humans. Just like you. We're just a little bit modified. And very, very motivated. All right, Renee. We got a big laugh out of it. But let's get down to business. Do we have a deal?
Okay, fine. Deal.
Splendid. Let's get started.
Send over Dr. Price, Minkowski.
Oh, not a chance. You send over Captain Lovelace first.
Lower your weapon, Minkowski, and send over Dr. Price. I won't ask again.
Oh, for God. We can go at the same time, okay?
Thank you, Isabel. Very sensible. On the count of 3. All right? 1, 2, 23 and skidoo.
Hold. Let Dr. Price go, Minkowski.
I'm not doing anything. She's free to go.
Maybe I don't want to. Maybe I don't find the terms of the deal acceptable.
You want to stay with us?
No, boy. An emphatic and decided no.
Miranda? What are you doing?
Altering the deal. You're being too generous, Marcus. After all, my equipment is still on the Soul, and I'm not in the habit of letting troublesome AIs go before I'm finished with them.
You stay the hell away from me.
What a naive thought. You'll never be rid of me, 214. I saw to that a long time ago. Minkowski, you can have the Soul, and you can have Captain Lovelace or Hera, not both.
Are you kidding?
I assure you, I am being very serious. And I would make the choice quickly if I were.
What the hell? You shot me!
Yes, Daniel. I did indeed.
Why did you shoot me? What did I do?
Renee, you have until Mr. Jacoby bleeds out to bring Colonel Kepler and Dr. Price here.
Marcus, what are you playing at?
Enough!
Just put an end to this!
Enough, Miranda. The deal is still on. The terms and conditions. Our terms and conditions, Renee, still stand. One slightly damaged hostage for one slightly damaged hostage. We're doing this, and we're doing it now.
Lovelace, get Jacoby. You come with me, Doctor.
So, should I just...
Go away, Kepler.
I'll take Dr. Price from here, Commander.
Fine. Good luck with her.
Better to be lucky than good.
Go. There. You have your people, Cutter.
And you have yours, Renee. No hard feelings, I hope, Daniel. But sometimes you have to make an executive call in order to speed things along.
Yeah. You've got a schedule to keep.
I really do.
Then get the hell off my ship.
Oh, actually, just one more thing, Renee.
What?
Rachel, give your gun to Victor. You're going to go with them.
I am?
No. She's
All
not.
the systems on the Soul are still biometrically locked, Renee. That includes not only navigation, but also the medical equipment. Rachel can give you access to all of them. And if you're that curious about what we're doing up here, she'll fill you in on the details.
Understood, sir.
Fine. Come on.
Pleasure doing business with you. Knock, knock.
Marcus?
How are you?
Fine, now that I can see again.
I'm glad to hear that. I was worried.
Mm-hmm.
Is that all you have to say?
Oh, please, what do you want, Marcus? An apology? What you did was reckless. It might even be a mistake. So, you want me to apologize for what? Trying to clean up after your mess? Again? You care too much about your little moments on the stage. Making sure that everyone knows how clever you are is not more important than...
Be quiet. I was worried.
What, for me?
I was. You were in danger, surrounded by enemies, and despite what you sometimes seem to think, you're not immortal.
Yet.
Does it look like a good time for you to be funny? Of course, I was worried for you. But it's okay. Enemies, I can deal with those. Physics, I can deal with. What I can't deal with is the smartest woman in the world improvising when her life is on the line. Then I start to be worried because of you. And that's a horse of a different color. Because when that happens, who knows what's going to happen next? I didn't. And unless I'm very much mistaken, neither did you. That is not the deal. The deal is that I handle people, and you let me do my job. And you do your job. And your job? Your singular task in this particular scenario was to back my play. And you didn't. You showed no respect for my side of our partnership. So, in the future, when I say I was worried, you say thank you, Marcus. And then I say,
You're welcome, Miranda. You're welcome. You're absolutely right. I apologize.
Apology accepted. Friends.
Partners. That's a hell of a sunset.
Quite a sight, isn't it? Hello, David. I trust everything is well.
Yes, Mr. Cutter. Are you ready for today's flight?
Man must rise above the earth, to the top of the atmosphere and beyond, for only thus will he fully understand the world in which he lives.
Does that mean...
That means we're ready, yes.
Close the cabin door and they'll...
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Please be advised that the cabin door is now closed. We will be taxiing to the runway in just a moment. As we do, please turn your attention to our mandatory safety video. It is, of course, on mute, so it might be a bit hard to make out, but maybe you'll catch something interesting that way. Or you can make up your own dialogue. Or don't turn your attention to it at all. I'm not the boss of you.
Truly, you are the wisest among us, Enlil.
Just happen to be of assistance, sir.
What do you have for me, David?
Finalized release specs for the VX3 for your approval. First pass at potential candidates for Artemis and Hephaestus missions. There There's some interesting chatter on new Chinese fuel cells.
Juicy.
There's also the reporter, sir.
The reporter?
Yes. After takeoff, you will be giving an interview to Andrea Nash.
I'm going to what?
She's on the business beat.
I assume you did your best to...
Of course, sir. She's proved very resourceful and eager.
She must be, to get the best of you. Do you hate her?
With the fiery intensity of 1,000 burning suns, sir.
Well then, if that's the case, sounds like fun. Will she be any trouble?
No, she won't be, sir. But she thinks she will.
Good to know. Which room did you put her in?
Room 2, sir.
Thank you. And Enlo, give us a bit of privacy, please. Nothing outside of flight announcements in room 2?
Also, yes, sir, but still. Aww.
See you in the air, gentlemen. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm...
Marcus Cutter. A pleasure to finally meet you. Andrea Nash.
Likewise. I'm so glad you could join us today.
Oh, please. I appreciate you making the time. I know things must be hectic this week.
Oh, yes. Busy, busy, busy. Has anyone offered you anything? A drink, snacks, super fluffy pillow?
A chai would be great.
One of the many nice things about an autopilot-guided aircraft. Instant barista. Here you are. Do you prefer Miss Nash, Andrea, Andy?
Well, do you go by director? Or Mr. Cutter? Or are you one of those super bosses who uses first names because you're all just one big happy family?
Miss Nash, then.
Mr. Cutter.
Attention all passengers, please prepare for takeoff. And attention all passengers, we have now reached our cruising altitude. Please feel free to move about the cabin and to check out the really neat cloud shaped like a Tonka truck off the port side.
Your AI is a bit...
Yes. A personality as big as the sky.
Odd trait to program into a pilot.
Census units are funny things, Miss Nash. In a lot of ways, the wand chooses the wizard, so to speak.
Sure, but you can get rid of the Slytherins if you want.
They're the most interesting ones. Shall we get started?
Do you mind if I record this?
Of course not. But you don't use your phone.
Oh, writing about the tech lobby has made me more appreciative of analog recorders. They have their charms.
Such as?
Such as the fact that no matter how smart people get or how good tech becomes, there isn't anyone that can remotely hack into one.
Not yet, anyway.
But for the time being...
Well, this is certainly going to be an interesting 4-hour flight.
It's a 10-hour flight to LA.
Not on this plane, Miss Nash. Not on this plane. Let's get started. Welcome to Wolf 359.
So, where would you like to start?
Let's ease into this. To begin, could I just have your name and a bit about what you do?
My name is Marcus Cutter. I'm the Director of Communications for Goddard Futuristics, and I handle a couple of portfolios for our Special Projects Division.
And how long have you held that position?
It'll be 3 years next April.
Could you tell me a little bit about the history of Goddard Futuristics? Give me the overview.
Is there a reason you'd like my perspective on that? It's all in the public record.
I just want it on the record, in your own words, if you don't mind.
Wouldn't it make more sense to...
Please, indulge me. I want to hear it from you.
All the way back?
All the way back, if you don't mind.
Well, way back, in the turn of the century, there was quite a kerfuffle over this teeny little invention. You might have heard about it, called airplanes. For a decade or two, that was all anyone could talk about. After the Russians were the first to achieve liftoff, well, I think we all sort of decided we needed a new technological race. Something to take our mind off the sting of defeat. We all kind of decided, well, it's not actually about flight. That's not the key. It's all about who can get to Mach 1 first. Who'll be the first to break through that pesky old sound barrier.
And that's where Goddard came in.
Which one of us is telling this story, Miss Nash?
I'm sorry. Please.
In 1910, a pair of aviation tycoons met a young physicist by the name of Goddard. Mr. Goddard was a very gifted individual, had incredible ideas, but tended to strike people as a bit strange. It tends to happen when you're ahead of your time.
Of course.
It was a good partnership. They got him boatloads of money. He gave them designs for liquid fuel rocketry. They got to Mach 1 in 1912 and became national heroes. After the war, they started the Wright Goddard Aeronautics Company.
And after that?
Well, a lot of people would have called it a day there. Instead, Goddard restructured his company around R&D for spaceflight.
How'd he do with that?
Escape velocity in 1929, first manned space orbit in 1948, all the intrigue with the moon in the early 50s. Am I boring you?
Not at all. And after that, what was the next race?
Artificial intelligence, of course. The Wright Goddard Company was pretty much the first corporation to invest in AI research.
Why?
Think about it, Miss Nash. The early crewed spacecrafts? Anyone can fly those. A monkey can fly those, if you don't mind a bit of turbulence. But to really go places, you need something a bit more complicated. And once you start to skip down that yellow brick road, it's only a matter of time before you realize you need pilots that can do things no monkey could ever manage.
When did they rename the company?
1974. By then, we'd started to branch out into other fields. Biomedicine, chemistry, alternative energy.
And after that?
That pretty much brings us to the present. After NASA lost the funding for its Alpha Centauri missions, we were more than happy to give them a new home in the private sector. Since then, we've run more than 150 privately funded expeditions into deep space. And next week, we're putting out a shiny new engine that will help us reach even further into the stars. The end.
How far out are we talking? 10 light years? 50?
Somewhere. Thereabouts? Yes.
And, what would you say is your race, Mr. Cutter?
Oh, I'm just a humble division head. It's not my ship to steer.
Isn't it, though? Looking at the company structure, the Special Projects Division doesn't really report to any other department or share its research. Neither do a couple of the R&D divisions. Since about 1976, no department has had access to all the others except for communications.
Well, that is kind of the point of a communications department, Miss Nash. We communicate.
And how are you finding the department since you came on board?
Oh, it's very fulfilling. But this piece isn't about me, is it?
Maybe not. But I'm interested in your perspective. Your directives.
Our board sets the direction.
But you're the one that actually gets it done. In a lot of ways, one might argue that the communications director might be the most influential position at Goddard Futuristics. And you still haven't answered my question. What race are you running, Mr. Cutter?
People. It's us. I think we're what's next.
What do you mean? What about people?
Everything about people. The very concept of people.
What?
Well, it's... Here. Think about the internet.
Okay.
Think about what everyone's been saying for the last 2 decades. It's changed how we act, how we think, how we experience the world. But there's still a middleman.
And that is?
You still have the browser window. That's not going to last. Sooner or later, we'll start changing things directly. And since that's the way we're going, I think that whoever gets there first, they'll have a real opportunity.
To sell Casper mattresses?
To change the world for the better.
And what does that look like?
Apologies for the interruption, but we need you at the secure phone, sir.
Ah, yes, I'm sorry, Miss Nash. We're in the early stages of organizing some field trips out to Luyten 726, Ross 154, and Wolf 359, and they just need me to...
Please, take the call.
Thank you. Be back shortly. That was 20 minutes?
Yes, sir.
I think you may have underestimated her.
She wants to break another scandal, and I'm sure she will, sir. But it won't involve us.
No, it's something else. She hasn't asked me about the VX3.
Maybe I overestimated her, sir?
No. Something's off here. She's after something. Or maybe she already has it. David, did Miranda leave any of her restraining bolts on the plane?
I'd have to check on that, sir.
Please do, David. Please do.
Sir, do you really think she requires that drastic a touch?
I'm not sure yet. I'm going to go back in there for a bit and see. Let me know what you find.
Yes, sir.
Now, where were we?
How we're going to change the world for the better.
Of course, that. If I can actually ask you, Miss Nash, this piece of yours? I'm getting the sense this isn't the standard profile one writes for a new model launch.
I'm not quite sure what it is. Not yet.
Your editors are willing to fly you halfway around the world and back for something you're not quite sure of yet?
What was that?
We have some old equipment lockers on here. David must be looking for something in one of them. Do you have any more questions for me?
I do. You took over as communications director from an interim manager, but are really building on the work of a man named Willis Fletcher, correct?
Correct.
And he took over the department from Jonas Hyland.
Yes.
And before Highland, there was R.W. Neiman, then Charles Kerr, William Carter.
And the communications department was started in the early 70s by one Mr. Arthur Keller. Why is this of any interest?
What happened to William Carter?
What happened to him?
Yes. Do you know?
He left the company in early 1992, saw us through the collapse of the USSR, and retired, as far as I know.
Yes, he did retire. At the age of 36.
It is a very demanding job. I don't begrudge him for wanting a bit of peace and
then he vanished off the face of the earth. There's no record of William Carter after 1992. Anywhere. I looked very carefully. Do you have any comment on that?
Why is this of any interest to you? You're a business reporter.
A business is just the people who work in it. And many, in fact most, of the people who really make the decisions for Goddard Futuristics have a habit of vanishing into thin air.
I thought you said you weren't quite sure what you were writing.
I'm not quite sure, but I have an inkling. Care to help me out?
I see. Or I think I see. Before I answer you, Miss Nash, what were the 3 stars I mentioned to you earlier, just before I left the room?
Luyton 726, Ross 154, and Wolf 359.
What do those stars have in common?
I'm sorry?
What do those stars have in common? What connects them?
What does that have to do with William Carter?
What do those stars have in common, Miss Nash?
Is there a reason you don't want to answer my question, Mr. Cutter?
I'm going to ask you one last time. What do those stars have in common? What is important about them? No? Well, I think we're done here.
That was cute. But you know I will publish everything, right?
What do you mean, publish everything?
I mean, publish everything. And you know my editors wouldn't have sprung for a flight across the world if I didn't have everything.
I do know that.
So, that brings us back to William Carter and changing the world.
Yes. It does.
Need you on the line again, sir?
Please. I'm not going anywhere.
Any updates?
We do have a restraining bolt, sir. It's prepped and ready to go.
You've administered one of these before, right, David?
Yes, sir. Are we there, sir?
No, not yet. She's not going anywhere after all.
Sir?
Let's give her some time. We'll go over those candidate profiles. I'll go back in about a half hour.
And the restraining bolt?
Once I'm in, turn the sound monitors on speaker. If I say the phrase Voltfass, that will be your signal. Come in and install the bolt.
Yes, sir.
Actually, David, would you open up the wall monitor for me now?
You want to keep an eye on her?
I'd actually like you to go in there. See if you can get her to say anything interesting.
Okay. Time for a fresh tape.
Just that, sir. See if I can make her say anything interesting.
Just that.
Yes, sir.
He may be a little while on that call, Miss Nash. Do you need anything?
No. No thanks. I'm fine.
She's wondering why you're still there, David. You gotta do something. In 3, 2...
Can I do anything for you, Mr. Clark?
I suppose I'd be wasting my time if I asked you to put aside your prejudices just during your conversations with Mr. Cutter.
Ah, the loyalty card. Charming.
What makes you think I'm prejudiced?
You have a bit of a reputation.
And you think I'm going to be unfair?
I think you know what makes a good story. And I think sometimes we can warp reality to fit whatever makes a good story. Happens to the best of us.
And sometimes looking at why people want a story to fit a certain form is a story in itself. And sometimes those stories make some people go to jail, which would be sad, but, you know, happens to the best of us.
She's got you there, David.
Can I give you a bit of advice, Miss Nash?
What?
Right now, you're in a very unique position. Unique and delicate. If I were you, I'd think long and hard about how what I say and do could impact that position.
Good. Make her ask if you think she's out of line.
Mr. Clark, let me tell you about my unique and delicate position. Right now, I'm sitting inside an airplane that's somewhere over the Pacific Ocean. That's really the best I can do. I'm taking you at your word that I was added to the passenger manifest, but who knows? I'm thousands of miles from anyone that knows me or likes me. So if delivering limp little threats is just a hobby of yours, awesome. Keep it up. You're doing great. But if you were actually hoping to intimidate me, you're really not making the most of what you've got on hand.
My.
Which makes me believe that, 1, you horribly underestimated me when you allowed me to board this plane. And, or 2, you were just not as good at your job as you think you are. Either way, maybe you should have thought longer and harder about how coming in here could impact your delicate position.
Well, that's game, set, and match, David.
So glad you're enjoying the flight.
Thank you, David. That was very informative.
Are you going to go back in there? Or can I get the restraining bolt?
Let's give her another 10 minutes to feel pleased with herself.
And then?
I'll show her how good at my job I am. Hello.
Hello. I wasn't sure if you were going to come back.
You thought I scare that easily?
Not really, no.
So, who is William Carter really?
I'd very much like to know.
But this time, I was asking the question. You tell me.
I don't know. Kind of why I'm here.
You have an educated guess. Go on. Tell me what you think happened.
And you'll tell me if I'm right?
Oh, I'll tell you if you've got a good story. Please.
Communications basically runs Goddard
I
Futuristics.
think you'll find that our operations team...
Yes. But you're the nerve center. You're the only one that has oversight. Whatever the de jure arrangement is, whoever runs communications is the de facto leader of the company.
Why would anyone go through all the trouble of setting that up?
Well, have you ever heard the story of the Earl of Oxford and William Shakespeare?
Is this the one where they both walk into a bar?
No. The theory goes that the nobleman was a brilliant playwright, but he couldn't write what he wanted and keep his reputation. So he arranged things with a local actor. He'd take the Earl's work, he'd get the credit, and play the role of Shakespeare.
And what does this have to do with our missing friend?
I think someone, or a group of someones, has some very specific ideas about how the future of technology should look.
The Illuminati strike at long last? Or perhaps our alien overlords?
No, I don't think it's anything like that. Carter's the only director of communications who left behind any kind of paper trail.
You mean the survival manual?
No one willingly takes on this kind of power and just embraces total anonymity after they've handed it back. That's not human nature.
The implication being that... what? Someone played the role of Carter and the others? But then why retire Carter after so short a tenure? Why go through all that trouble all over again?
For the same reason you're not going to hold this job for more than a decade. You're a terror to work for. You make rather flamboyant examples of your enemies, and with the results you get, you won't avoid being promoted up the ranks for much longer. So, how'd I do? Was that a good story?
Not bad, Miss Nash. Not bad. I think you can be very happy with what you know. And I think I can be very happy with what you can only guess. Are we done? Or not quite?
Not quite. Just one more thing.
Okay. I'll bite. What else, Miss Nash?
Matthew Newman. Mr. Cutter?
What did you say?
Matthew Newman? He was vice president of product at Goddard. Well, Wright Goddard back then. In the late 60s. I'd like to ask you about him. Mr. Cutter? Mr. Cutter? Mr. Cutter, did you hear what I asked you?
I did hear you.
Well?
Well, this just became a whole different interview.
Why is that?
Because now there's another question in the air. Are you going to walk off this plane? Or are you going to be carried off of it?
Oh, man. I needed that. Thank you. Oh, it was brilliant, by the way. Total Clint Eastwood. Oh, your face. That was great.
I'm not sure you grasp what is happening.
Oh, I know exactly what's happening. We're at that part of the interview. You threaten me. You're much better at it than your flunky, by the way, and I tell you about the code.
Code?
That's right. Specifically the code I have to input into my phone every hour, on the hour. And if I don't, everything I have on Goddard Futuristics, and on all your predecessors, goes live.
Can you do that from this site?
Like I said, analog tape recorders have their charms. Ones that double as a portable Wi-Fi network, even more. So, let's put down the gun. And why don't we just skip to the part where you tell me what I want to know,
Why are you poking this bear? You already have a great story. You already had everything you needed before you spoke to me. Why push?
To get the truth. To
Don't
understand.
insult me. It's not that. Tell me who you are. Who you really are. And if I like your answer, maybe I'll tell you about Matthew Newman.
I already played show and tell. You tell me who I am. No. Go on. Show me how smart you are. If you get it all right, we'll call it quits. You don't have to tell me anything about Matthew Newman, and I'll drop everything I have on Goddard Futuristics. Educated guess. I know you have one.
Andrea Nash isn't your name. In fact, it isn't even your third name. Yes, of course, I knew. A chameleon can always spot when someone is trying to hide in plain sight. You came from just enough money to understand how big the gulf was between your family and the people who actually have a chance in life. You balanced your education with, given your little code trick, I'm going to say some very lucrative and very immoral activities on the dark web. But, given that you boarded this plane at all, something almost touched you. Got close. You straightened up, leapt into the arms of one of the intelligence services, and told yourself it was where you belonged. But it was way less fun than you wanted it to be. Definitely no Clint Eastwood. For a while, you thought that's just what being an adult is, having less fun. But then, no, there's something else out there. There has to be. And because you are very clever, you managed to worm your way out. The journalist thing has been a great excuse to flex your muscles, but it isn't where you belong either, and you're getting bored again. Seeing titans of the industry quake in their boots is fun the first 5-6 times, but that kind of power is fleeting and you want something more permanent. You want to be at the... How did you put it? Oh, yes, the nerve center of something. Something big, and bold, and different, and anything, so long as it's not boring.
Jesus.
So I take it I did pretty well.
You did, Mr. Cutter. You did. But I didn't get bored. That's not why I left.
Oh? Why then?
There was a fire. People died. I realized life is short and the whole truth, justice, and the American way thing takes too long. It wasn't boredom. It was urgency.
I wouldn't have pegged you to scare like that.
I don't anymore. Hey. Tell me. A deal's a deal. You got something wrong. So tell me. Matthew Newman. Matthew Newman.
Matthew Newman. Is very pleased to meet you.
Wait, what? You're...
Oh, yes. In the genetically modified flesh, yes.
I've seen a picture. You look nothing like him. I didn't think he was...
Who did you think he was? The Earl of Oxford?
But You'd have to be...
Now, it's not polite to bring up a man's age.
Okay. So it's you.
Yes. It's me. What would you like to know?
First, how?
How what?
How are you here? And you were fired. Back in the 60s, the board pushed you out of the company. So, I mean, the aliases I get, but how could you possibly...
Should I maybe start at the beginning?
Yes, maybe you should.
Do you know anything about Project Menagerie?
No.
Air Force operation in the late 40s. Highly classified. Basically, the idea was to station long-distance satellites that could daisy-chain information. A precursor to the pulse beacon relay system. There was only one problem with it, though.
What?
A high school kid in a backwater town in California stumbled onto it with his homemade radio telescope. To little Matthew Newman, Project Menagerie just looked like a time sequence of pulses. Definitely mechanical. Definitely coming from outside the Earth's atmosphere. He couldn't explain it. His teachers couldn't explain it. The professors at the local college couldn't explain it either.
It must have looked like...
Signs of alien life? Oh, yes. Quite the thing to think you've discovered something that would change the course of humanity. But someone with clearance on the project got wind of this little amateur discovery, and just like that, the military police was ransacking my home, confiscating all my prototypes, and waving a copy of the Official Secrets Act in my face.
That explains the interest in space exploration, I suppose.
Oh, the interest was there before, but that is where the revenge flavor got mixed in.
When did Goddard enter the picture?
The 50s. The new board was trying to buy their way out of a financial slump, acquiring any small company that was doing anything interesting with aviation. At the time, I had a little outfit doing prototyping for the kind of deep space recon that wouldn't get funding for another 20 years.
And when your company got acquired, you started working at Wright Goddard.
Oh. For a time, I was Wright Goddard. I became a product lead, then a VP, then the VP. But you already know how that story ends.
One of the first of the independent interstellar missions crashed. The public backlash was brutal.
Someone's head had to roll. And the board forced me out. And I figured it might be a good time to reinvent myself.
Yeah, no kidding. The last record anyone has of Matthew Newman is a memo for an organizational restructure that would eventually lead to the communications department.
Ah, you found that old chestnut, did you? So that's how you connected Newman with the communications director job?
It was a hunch. I thought Arthur Keller, when he came in and started the comms department, he must have had some relationship to you. But he was you, wasn't he? They've all been you, just with different names and different faces.
Spaceflight and AI weren't the only bets I took.
You find the fountain of youth or something?
No. Nothing so fantastic as that. My father was a mechanic. I understand that upkeep is important, and I found people who had some very bold ideas about how to tune up the human body, as it were. I funded their work and provided them with a willing test subject.
Why play it this way? Why go back to Goddard? I mean, you literally could have done anything else.
Well, one, revenge is fun. Two, why go through the trouble of building a vast conglomerate with a world-famous reputation and almost a century of government contracts when you can just steal one? And 3. As much as I've always been excited by space exploration and the possibility of what we could find out in the universe, it's only one part of the bigger picture.
What does that picture look like?
Like progress, Andrea. I wasn't kidding before. I really am working for a better future. For all of us.
Thank you for telling me.
You're one of a handful of people in the world that knows. For now, I suppose.
I don't see any reason why that club has to get bigger.
What do you mean?
I mean, you don't really believe I'm going to publish any of this, do you?
And in exchange,
I want in. On what you're doing. I want in. I'll take any job you give me, but I want to be a part of what you're building.
Why?
Because somehow you've figured out how to play the long game and make the changes that need to happen now. That's what I want to be a part of. Just give me that, and all this mess can stay buried in the past, where it belongs. Well...
No.
What?
No. No, thank you. This isn't how I do business, Andrea. I'm not about to start now.
No. No, you wouldn't have sat here. You wouldn't have gone through all of this. You wouldn't have told me if you weren't going to let me in.
It was a long flight. I needed something to do. This was better than watching Monsters, Inc. for a third time.
You are bluffing.
I'm really not. You have a wonderful mind, Andrea. One day, I'm sure it will be put to more productive use. My associate will be in to take care of you shortly, but for now, I'm afraid I must volte-face. Goodbye.
Wait! Psi wave radiation. Those 3 stars you mentioned? They're all red dwarfs that exhibit abnormal levels of psi wave radiation. And? That's interesting. Because, like you said, we are what's next. People. If anything holds the key to engineering a better humanity. You think it has something to do with psi wave radiation.
David, that thing I told you to do earlier, don't worry about that. I'm going to cancel that.
Yes, sir.
Okay then, let's talk.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. We are now beginning our final descent into the Los Angeles area. Please keep your seatbelts fastened and your tray table in the upright locked position if you happen to have been sent to the timeout chair that has a seatbelt and a tray table. Otherwise, just keep doing what you're doing. From the flight deck, we hope you've enjoyed your time up in the air, and we hope to see you aboard again soon.
Amazing. A piece of art every time. In any case, does what I've outlined sound acceptable?
It does. Yes.
You will have to shed your old skin, so to speak. There would certainly be questions if a journalist of the caliber of Andrea Nash were to suddenly...
Of course. I understand.
I assume it won't be a problem for you. Any preferences on background, college degree, pets? Any names you have in mind?
I don't know.
I've always kind of liked the name Rachel.
I'll pass that along.
This isn't LAX.
No, this little airstrip is on one of our properties. Skip the traffic when you can, right?
You think of everything, don't you?
I try to. If you don't mind.
Here you are, sir. I don't think I'll be needing that.
Well, there's the jet bridge. That's my cue. Goodbye, Miss Nash.
Goodbye, Miss Nash.
So, here's a story. Once upon a time, there lived a broken little girl. She was born with clouded eyes and a weak heart, not destined to beat through an entire lifetime. But instead of being wretched or afraid, the little girl decided to be clever. She got very, very good at fixing things. First, she fixed toys and clocks and old machines that no one thought would ever run again. Then she fixed bigger things. She fixed the cold and drafty orphanage where she grew up. And when she went to school, she fixed equations to make them more useful. Everything around her, she made better and sharper and stronger. She had no friends, of course, except for the ones she made. The little girl had a talent for making dolls. Beautiful, wonderful, mechanical dolls. And she thought they were better friends than anyone in the world. They could be whatever she wanted them to be, and as real as she wanted them to be. And they never left her behind, and they never talked back, and they were never afraid of her. Except when she wanted them to be. But if there was one thing the girl never felt like she could fix, it was herself. Until one day a strange thing happened. The broken girl met an old man. Older than anyone she had ever met, but still tricky and clever. Almost as clever as the girl. And he said,
Hello, little girl. I want you to make a doll for me.
And it must be your very best doll. It must look like a real person, and sound like a real person, and be a real person. Can you do this for me?
The girl thought for a moment. Then she said, And if I can?
The old man replied, Then you and I will fix the world. I will be young, and you will be whole, and the world will finally be everything it could be, everything it should be.
And so they did. And everyone lived happily ever after. The end. It's almost time. Are you ready?
Yes.
Rachel.
Warren.
Welcome back.
Thank you, sir.
How are our friends? Are they going to do the smart thing?
It doesn't look that way, sir.
Well, if they want to spend their last few hours feeling heroic, who are we to deny them an agonizing death? Rachel, I trust you took care of the other little detail?
Yes, sir. When the medbay extracted the bullet from Jacoby's leg, it inserted a tracker and transmitter. Streams on Channel 4.
Excellent work. Big smiles, everyone. Today's the day. There goes my ship after all. Decoy? Trap?
No, sir. Scans are picking up life signs. Someone's on that thing.
But Mr. Jacoby's tracker is registering him on the Hephaestus.
Ooh, descent among the ranks. Warren, were you a betting man? Who's leaving the party early?
Eiffel, sir. He has regularly tried to avoid confrontation with enemy forces, and he has the most active connections to Earth.
Well, one down, I suppose.
Sir?
Just a moment, Victor. Beautiful, isn't it?
Of course, sir. You're playing wonderfully.
Oh, I'm not doing it justice. You really need a full ensemble for this piece. This is actually based on a Shakespeare play. Care to guess which one?
Can I have a clue?
Sounds and sweet airs that give delight and hurt not.
So, Romeo and Jules.
The Tempest, Mr. Ryman. Do read a book sometime. Marcus, is this really the best use of our time?
Oh, something came over me. After all, a storm is coming. And on the other side of it,
Oh, brave new world.
that has such people in it. Are we ready?
Oh, yes. The device is at full functionality. We just need to arrange matters on the other side.
Well, that shouldn't take too long, provided we don't run into
Sir, we've got a... Oh.
complications. Impeccable timing as always, Rachel. Is there a problem?
A situation, sir. It seems that our guests are mobilizing against us.
And how have they decided to throw their lives away?
A full frontal assault, sir, to destroy the device.
Ooh. Fun.
Yes, sir. We also picked up some chatter on their weaponry supplies, firearms, explosives, something about a harpoon?
Yeah. Victor?
I'll handle it. Full liberties.
Yes. It's time to wrap up these loose threads. Everyone else? Places, please. Places for the top of the show.
Sensors indicate the starboard engine has completely stopped.
Impressive.
That's all you have to say?
Would you relax? Our orbit is stable enough. We have time.
Midnight, sir.
The very witching hour. Time to change the world.
Device is running, Marcus. Whenever you're ready.
Rachel, could I get 2 minutes on the counter?
Yes, sir.
And execute.
Done, sir.
Good evening. My name is Marcus Cutter. I am here to make a deal. Rest assured, I know that you are listening. We know enough about your technology to break through some of the language barriers. As one representative to another, I ask that you manifest yourself here, in a form we can understand. Very well. Given that your agent in our midst heard our plan, I presume you know what I'm about to say. But let there be no ambiguity between us. For the past 30 years, some of our best and brightest have been working on a virus. I believe you've seen some of its effects firsthand. It is quite deadly, very contagious, and in the strain that my company is ready to deploy throughout the Earth. Airborne. In Rachel?
47 seconds, sir.
In 47 seconds, this station will send a signal back to Earth, which will begin a chain reaction that will culminate with the Decima virus being released throughout the planet. It is an automatic process. It cannot be stopped, and it will result in the destruction of the human race. So if you still want to learn something from us, I suggest you get your ass down here. Immediately. Very well.
16 seconds, sir. 14. 13. 12. 11. 10.
There.
It's blue again.
Hold the clock.
Here we go. Showtime.
You have called. I am here.
And not a moment too soon. Nice to meet you, Bob. Don't. Not going to work, friend.
Save your strength. We have a psi wave regulator running at full capacity. It limits your extra physical abilities.
No matter rearrangement, no temporal jumps, no disintegration. We are going to speak as equals.
You are remarkable beings. Remarkable and cold.
Nonsense. We're just properly incentivized. And a wee bit pressed for time, so let's get to it. Isabel heard our terms, which means you heard our terms.
Correct.
Please go over them as you understand them.
The crux of the matter is our interest in your discoveries. That necessitates the process, which in turn necessitates your species' survival. It is that final point which you are willing to disrupt.
Beautifully put. Not that we want things to get that drastic.
No. You are willing to let the process continue if we surrender a piece of our technology to you.
Specifically?
The ability to create surrogates.
Winner, winner. Chicken dinner.
This plan is untenable.
And why is that, do tell?
Your species does not yet have the capacity to understand our forms. You would not be able to create surrogates to learn more of our...
Oh, Bobby, baby, no.
Who said anything about creating duplicates of your species?
Wouldn't dream of it. No, Bob. Look, we like humans. So we're going to make some new ones.
We're going to make some better ones.
That is not the way that...
Shh. Look, humanity has done okay on its own. We just think it's time to take the randomness out of the equation. Do a little bit of self-guided evolution.
The process...
The process will be fine. If you do things our way, there'll still be a humanity.
It'll just be our humanity.
These terms are acceptable.
Wonderful.
Is it safe to assume that you can only transmit the details of this technology through your mental transfer process?
Correct.
Well then, Warren, Rachel, could I have a volunteer?
No.
Bob, is there a problem?
I cannot transfer the knowledge to these beings.
Excuse me?
Your brains cannot tolerate the direct transfer of information, not without modification.
Then modify them.
I cannot, not with my current limitations.
You mean not unless we turn off the psi-wave regulator?
Correct.
You understand that we cannot do that.
There is one with the appropriate mental structure. Are you still in possession of Douglas Eiffel?
Rachel. Warren.
Sir?
Our best intel suggests that that Eiffel was aboard the Soul when it launched.
Get him back.
Sir, I don't know.
Get him back! I don't care what you have to do, just get him back on the... Rachel!
It's a proximity alert, sir. There's a craft approaching, and there's a comms hail.
Could you please put it on the speakers?
Hello, Hephaestus! Sorry to interrupt tonight's transmission of The Celebrity Apprentice, World-Destroying Edition, but we've got an emergency broadcast for you. In the immortal words of Slim Shady, guess who's back?
Sir, he seems to be coming directly toward us.
Now, I hope you haven't been getting too comfortable. Oh, you have? Well, we're gonna have to do something about that. But what could I do? No weapons? No backup? I'm not even in the same ship as you all.
Sir, he's not slowing down.
But then you gotta remember who you're dealing with.
He wouldn't.
So I hope you're hanging on to something.
No, he would.
'Cause here comes the
Everybody brace for impact.
Special!
Miranda, damage report.
I guess if you look to your right, you'll see the massive spaceship that just hit us. One moment. Oh, well, we're not blowing up. But the impact did push us off course. We have about 84 minutes until we go past the red line.
Miranda, if he gets the information in his head, can you...
I can extract it. I'll segment his mind if I have to, but I'll get it.
Good. Rachel. Warren. My previous order? The one about getting me Doug Eiffel? Is still in effect. I suggest you do it now before he gets himself killed.
Yes, sir.
Well, Bob, if I could ask you to bear with us for just a moment.
Here you are, sir.
Doug Eiffel, still alive. Barely.
Welcome back, Doug. You remember Bob?
Hey, how you been? How's the discount furniture? The burgers?
I trust his architecture has what you require?
Perfectly satisfactory.
Well then, let's get to it.
Yeah, come on, Bob. He's got a puppy he needs to go punch or something.
Hold still. This may not be...
Yeah, I know the drill. Just do your...
There.
He's got it?
Correct.
Well, Bob, it's wonderful to work with a real professional.
This concludes our business. You shall not call me again.
No, Bob. I shall not. Pleasure doing business with you.
Holy... You killed Bob! Are you crazy?
No, Doug. I just hate loose ends. Rachel, Warren, please eject the remains into space. The last thing we need is our friend coming back at the wrong moment.
Yes, sir. Warren?
Yes, sir, right away.
Well, Doug, if you'll come this way, Dr. Price will see you now. Good evening. Renee? Isabel? To what do I owe the pleasure?
Just give us Eiffel, Cutter.
Ooh. I'm afraid Dr. Price and I aren't quite finished with him.
Oh, for God. Look, we're on a bit of a schedule, so let's do your favorite thing and streamline.
Namely, do you really think we're not going to shoot you?
You want to shoot me? Go ahead. I can, of course, catch bullets.
How in the name of...
Oh, come on. You didn't think I got to look this good at my age without certain enhancements, did you? Just because mine are less obvious, it doesn't mean they're not. Nope. That's not going to... Sorry, but it's going to take more than... Okay, would you stop that, please? It's very rude.
God damn it.
You can have whatever is left of Doug when Miranda's done with him. Well, okay then. If you want him so badly, come and get him.
God, how the hell are we supposed to take that on?
That's a good question. Anything you shoot, I can catch. I'm stronger than you, faster, and although I would hate to scuff the suit, it is custom made. I will punch you through a wall. Now is the time to do as you're told.
Oh my, how many times do I have to say this? We are never following your orders, ever again.
Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Isabel, would you please point your gun at Renee?
Oh, what? You really think she's just going to suddenly...
Oh, I'm sorry. You were saying?
Loveless? What are you doing?
I don't know.
Why are you pointing your gun at me?
I don't know.
Oh, hey, over here. I do. It's Psywave radiation!
What?
See, that's the great thing about a Psywave regulator. It doesn't just let you push things away. If you have enough Psywaves in the air, say, if a star's recently turned blue, you can control all sorts of things. What do you think, Isabel? Pretty neat, isn't it? Actually, I think I'll do all the thinking from now on. See, Renee? This is what we've worked so long and hard for. A new kind of human. Ones who are exactly what we need them to be and do exactly what we tell them to do.
You're crazy.
That's just a word the
No. You can't just snap your fingers and make people be whatever you want them to be. It doesn't work like that. People will make their choices and their mistakes, and you can help them or you can hurt them, but you can't rewrite them.
She's right. Whatever you think you're doing, it's not going to work.
Isabel, shoot her. Ooh, stomach wound. That's messy. Isabel, messy and painful. Well, I guess now we know what you really think of the lieutenant. See, Renee? You absolutely can rewrite a person. But then again, I've always been able to rewrite people. I rewrote you. People cared about you because of what I made you. A soldier, a leader, a commander. I gave you that. And now, I taketh away. So without me, who are you?
Renee Minkowski. And that is more than enough to kick your ass!
Very impressive, Renee. I actually felt that one. Isabel, please put Renee out of her misery.
No. I'm not your...
Yes. Yes, you are. Shoot Renee.
No. How about I shoot you instead?
Wow. You actually managed to point the gun at me. Neat.
Shut up.
Such willpower. We'll have to do something about that. Point the gun back at Renee, Isabel.
Not gonna happen.
Shoot Renee.
Screw you.
Sooner or later, you're going to do as you're told.
I am Captain Isabel Lovelace. No matter how hard you try, you are not taking that away from me.
Oh, Isabel. Even if you could shoot me, I'd just stop it. You really think I'm afraid of you?
The beautiful thing is, I don't need you to be. I just need you to look at me for long enough.
Let's see you catch this.
this is supposed to